What's up, guys? Welcome to the James Boudreau podcast, where I sit down with people from all walks of life to talk about their stories, experiences, and ideas. This podcast is brought to you by Watson Motors, the official studio sponsor. If you're in need of a Jeep, Ram, or Dodge, or whatever, these guys have you covered with great deals and even better service. So hit them up in Manistee, Benzie, or Ludington, or check them out online at watsonmotors.com. Listen, support the people that support the show. Now let's get into it.
So yeah, in the bodybuilding world, there's like a bit of a kind of like a dirty, I don't know what you call it, like guilty pleasure thing with the Coke Zeros more than the Diet Cokes. I don't know what it is. I personally think Coke Zero tastes more like regular Coke. So I've had a small addiction in the last like 3 months to Coke Zero. I'm trying to like ease myself back into normal eating and stuff. But yeah, anyways, I don't know if you had like.
What do you mean like normal eating?
So the first interview we did, I think I was like 3 or 4 months into a really crazy recomposition. I was doing all sorts of like, I'm still doing fasting and stuff.
Let me just say this real quick. Yeah. This is round 2 for you and I, and this is for the bros, all right? This 100%. Is for my 35 to 44-year-olds that fucking dominate my algorithm, by the way. Go. So I'm excited about this podcast. I've been waiting to get you back on since we did the last marathon podcast, but this I'm really excited about. Same. I know that we do definitely want to talk about your photography business.
Yeah, we don't have to. I mean, I'm not really a big fan of self-promotion, so I just feel weird doing that. There are some things about the whole thing as far as like what got me into it that would be really cool to talk about. Yeah, it's on my list. But yeah, cool. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
So that I just wanted to make a disclaimer for this podcast that this is going to be rad. That we're going to talk about a lot of shit. It's going to be a lot of like working out stuff. Science. Yep, a lot of bro science. Hopefully some blood work.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm pumped for that. I know a lot. What's really I want to get back to the diet thing.
Yeah.
But one of the things I wanted to bring up way ahead of time in the beginning of this was. Number one, our first podcast together is my number one podcast.
Is it really?
It's by far the number
That's
one.
That's hilarious.
By fucking miles. And it just my most
for better or for worse. Probably.
I don't know if you would consider it viewership or listeners, but Spotify's where it's at.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And it's destroying on Spotify.
Okay.
But just a few weeks ago, when you and I decided we were going to do round 2 here, I did a little clip and put that up on YouTube. And from that clip, my fucking DMs from dudes that were like, hey. This episode is brought to you by Brandon Ball, broker owner of Dwelling Realty, Keller Williams, Northern Michigan. Are you looking to sell your home? Then look no further. When you list your home with Brandon Ball, you'll get a trusted advisor who will guide you through the entire selling process. With extensive knowledge of the local market, he'll help price your home competitively to attract the right buyers. And with proven marketed strategies, your home will be seen by the most qualified of buyers. With 17 years in the business, you'll have someone experienced who's on your side. Contact Brandon today to get started selling your home. 231-690-4981. That's 231-690-4981. Or Brandon at dwellingrealty.com. This episode is brought to you by Trailhead Bike Shop. Trailhead Bike Shop is an old school independent bike shop owned and operated by two supremely rad humans, Kyle and Lynette Nichols. They're a full-service shop offering quality bicycles while providing quality service at a fair price. They strive to provide great customer service and build relationships within the community. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. No matter what kind of cycling you're doing, be it on the road or getting after it on gravel, Trailhead Bike Shop is the shop you need to check out. You can find them at 216 West Ludington Avenue, Ludington, Michigan. You can get a hold of them at 231-845-0545 or trailheadbikeshop.com. I don't know if it was the clip or if it moved them, like from, I got a bunch of DMs on Instagram from when I placed it in the story, like check the actual podcast. My DMs, I bet you I shouldn't say blow up, but more messages than normal, and they were all based on, hey, I'm thinking about calling my doctor or getting my blood work done. I don't want to go on. Some of them were younger dudes, and I was like, do not fucking go on testosterone. But
I hit 40,
You know?
and that was like the moment I was like, I got to do something, because him and I were both more or less in the same spot. Physically, I think probably because we were talking about it. We both had the same issues. It was like lack of motivation, lack of energy in general, maybe even a little bit of mind fog here and there and stuff. So, but yeah, so you got like a lot of interaction from that. That's pretty.
Yeah, like when did you start? How long have you been on? How do you feel? I'm thinking about talking to my doctor. Where'd you get your blood work done? And I was like, okay, so this is resonating. We're not doctors. This is
100%
just
not. Neither of us are credentialed.
Yeah.
So it's
these
like,
are just personal anecdotes.
Yes, personal anecdotes with some research and stuff from other people who are. I mean, this is literally where people are like, I can't believe you listen to these idiots. I see people on Facebook complaining about like listening to Joe Rogan and stuff all the time, but people don't understand that you're not listening to Joe Rogan to hear his knowledge on subjects. You're listening to Joe Rogan because he's talking to professionals. Granted, this is not that.
Yeah, we don't have a professional on
yeah,
here.
yeah.
But again, these are just personal anecdotes.
Yeah, 100%. So
we'll get into those weeds.
Yeah.
So go back to the Coke Zero and your diet.
Oh, yeah. So there's a number of people I follow who it's like, again, it's like a guilty pleasure a lot of them have. If they're going to drink like a diet drink, it's usually the Coke Zero for whatever reason. Again, I think it has more to do with the fact that Coke Zero does really taste like original Coke or whatever, a lot more like it anyways.
Right.
And the funny thing is, so Sonia, my wife, she bought a couple of regular Cokes the other day and brought them home. Didn't realize she bought regular Cokes because the distinction between the two is regular Coke has a red lid, Coke Zero has just black lid, black lettering. And so, explain that.
Yeah.
So anyways, so she brings them home. I'm like, oh crap, I don't want to have to drink these. I feel like I'm going to start immediately breaking that boundary and being like, I'm going to drink regular Coke now. And the next thing you know, I'm 25 pounds heavier again.
Right.
Because I think that's the fastest way that people gain weight is through empty drink calories and stuff like that, like through soft drinks. And so, yeah, beer, 100%. I still haven't had an alcoholic beverage since COVID. So, 2000.
More fucking power to you. I stopped again in October, end of September, beginning of October. And
that's awesome.
Yeah. Well, I mean, dude, so I'm leaner today on December 18th than I was on September 15th when I did the Ironman.
Wow. Yeah.
And that was really, it was 4 months of just insane fucking training, right? But I was eating like an asshole. Because my body's just craving fuel.
Yeah.
And I'm just like eating. And then also, I am a beer lover. And I was
amazing.
still, slamming beers. It's, I go on just a intense workout training session. Maybe it's just a bike and a run day, but it's still like 40-mile bike ride, 6-7 mile run. After that, a couple beers.
Yeah.
3 beers, and then it's like, all right, well, it's only 1 o'clock. Let's go to the beach. A few more beers. Just
6
fucking
more beers.
Ruin everything I did.
Yeah.
And the morning of the Ironman, I was like 205, and when I finished the race, I was like 196.
Wow.
But
that's wild.
But then I gained, so it was all done, and then I'm a creature of habit, anyways. I think I think it was 2 full days. 1 full day of just sleeping.
Yeah.
I was completely torched. We can get into that. I was just fucking wrecked.
I'm sure your body was feeling fantastic after that.
I couldn't believe how shitty I felt and how sick I felt, how tired, and I slept and whatever. A couple days later, I went back to the gym. But what I'm getting at is I didn't stop the fuel intake, and I was just eating like a complete asshole. And the last time you and I talked, I was still full on like vegan, vegetarian. I'm not anymore. I'm back on the carnivore train, and that's been a big lift for me. But it was also, I was eating everything else with it, carbs. My wife bakes bread. I'm just eating all that shit. So, anyways, about the beginning of October, I'm like, nope, this is it. I'm done. I had a physical, and my cholesterol was wild, and I'm like, God, how can that even fucking be? I'm so.
This was after the tests and stuff like that you had shown me the last time we spoke?
Yeah.
So everything started kind of getting. This was after Ironman too. So.
This was after Ironman. I got another panel done, and which I can't wait to talk to you about that panel and what my doctor said. But anyways, my cholesterol was really elevated, and he's hammering the statin thing, and I'm like, nope, I'm going to do it. I'm not taking a statin, so I cut sugar, I cut carbs, I cut beer. Really, honestly, at this point, it's the exact opposite of what I was the first time we talked. I'm very much, I guess, carnivore or whatever. I don't eat any carbohydrates other than like sweet potatoes, and it's mostly leafy greens and meat, dude.
Fiber and protein.
Yeah, and no sugar. And that first couple of weeks of no sugar.
Oh yeah,
right?
It's almost like having a flu. It's kind of crazy. Like you're the biggest thing I remember when I first went super hardcore, like away from carbs and stuff, was just that mind fog and just your brain didn't want to think right for a few days. And I do think what helped me, and I don't know how, but was like getting through it or faster was the fasting. Because it almost is like your body resets a little bit and kind of gets to a point where it doesn't quite need the stuff as much. Some people say some things for it and against it, but like I still swear by it. I think it's amazing. I know you did that one 72-hour fast.
We did another one. We did that in the beginning of October, end of September. And it was great for me because, again, coming off the Ironman, my body was like, dude, you're a fucking...
Yeah.
There's something wrong here. We need to fix it. So we started with I think we did 12, then we did a 24, and then we just hammered. About 2 weeks later, we did the 72 and 3-day or whatever. And it was harder this last time than it was the first time for some reason. I don't know why, but it was more.
I bet it's because you knew what you kind of had in store.
Yeah.
And it's weird because like the thing that I find about fasting is the hardest part is that first day.
Right.
If you can get through that first day, the second day seems to be a little bit easier.
And then it's just counting down the hours till when you can eat.
Exactly.
But then it's also like, what are you putting in at that?
Well, have you seen the people that do like whole like 7-day fasts and stuff, like water fast for 7 days? There are people that go, oh shoot, there was a guy that did like a 28-day fast.
Well, Marcus Luttrell, Marcus?
Is he here? Or is
he's the lone survivor guy.
Yeah.
He just came off a fucking 40-day fast.
Yes. So.
And he was talking about like he was still eating broth a week after that.
Yeah.
Still trying to just
prevent refeeding.
Yeah.
Because the refeeding syndrome is scary. Because basically, as my understanding, this is like not a full scientific explanation because I don't fully get it. It has something to do with like osmosis or something, and like how your body pulls in water, and like your electrolyte levels and everything are thrown off from that whole time. That's why you're supposed to be drinking in broth here and there throughout the fast, or doing something as far as like replenishing your electrolytes during the fast. And because what'll happen, from what I heard, I guess on a cellular level, your body starts to kind of like break down because it's like pulling in water so quickly that it literally explodes the cells, like in some weird way. Again, someone's gonna look that up and be like, this guy's a retard. He doesn't know what he's talking about. But it's something along those lines. So refeeding syndrome is really scary. Usually, from my understanding, if you are only doing a 3-day or less fast, it's not as big of a deal. Usually after about 48 hours is when you have to start worrying about it, and you have to ease yourself back into eating carbohydrates and just mainly eating fatty foods and stuff initially, and then you go into the carbohydrates and stuff, easing yourself into it if you're going to try and eat carbohydrates again. So longest I've done was 72 hours. I don't think I'd ever want to go any further than that.
No, I think that's peak.
Yeah, I think some people, it's much like Goggins, they're just trying to see what they can get through. They're challenging themselves food wise, so it's so they just want to see how long they can go without it. And there's a lot of things about like the weight loss from fasting. It's kind of interesting because a lot of it is water, and that a lot of it comes down to the fact that like you're not consuming the things that retain the water. So like you're not consuming as many electrolytes as we were talking about. Carbohydrates, if you don't have any carbohydrates in your diet, you're going to be walking around pretty dry most of the time, because carbohydrates also contribute to a lot of like water retention in the muscles and stuff specifically. So what'll happen is after that 40-day fast, they might be down 15 pounds or 20 pounds, but they'll gain 8 pounds in a day
Right.
just from hydration. And like as soon as they start eating carbohydrates, the weight just. There was a guy, Wheels something, huge black bodybuilder. I can't remember his name. He did a competition. I think they were just doing a bodybuilding show, whatever it was. He gained 20 pounds in 24 hours post show, because as soon as he got done, so like in bodybuilding competitions, like for
Yeah, they're drying out.
It's crazy. They suffer. They torture themselves. They have to watch how much water they drink before they go on stage. They can only drink they're basically allowed to have coffee, and then they have coaches that say, okay, you need exactly 5 grams of rice, and you need they get it down to like a crazy science, so that they're not retaining any water when they go on stage. The moment they come off stage, they just will go on like their crazy cheat diet. They'll eat like, what's his name? Oh shoot, he's like Sam Sulik.
Yeah,
he
got shredded at his last competition.
He got crazy shredded. He's going to do the Arnold coming up soon, I believe. But he I don't think he said how much he gained from it, but he basically got off comp and then went and had like 4 or 5 spicy chicken sandwiches, and like I think they were all meals or whatever. So he just went and ate a bunch of junk, and then that was it. Like he just stopped from that point, went back on a controlled diet. But that Wheels guy, I'm so drawing a blank on his name. He gained
what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, he had like edema and stuff from it. So like, and that's the thing. So like when you start jumping right back into the carbs and eat a bunch of garbage after that, your body retains so much water, you become like a big bubble. Like, you know, you could put finger indentations in his calves and stuff, so, or his shins. It's pretty crazy how it happens. So you got to be careful if you go past 72 hours of that stuff. So what was I going to talk about with the? Oh, I don't mean to pull us too far off topic. So back to like blood work and stuff, so we can kind of go like recap. I don't know, like, so the last time I hadn't gotten any blood work, I had jumped into doing a number of things. So I remember one of the podcasts you had mentioned something about me being on TRT. I have not taken TRT. I've never taken TRT, but it's fine. Like, it's that was one thing, because there was a bunch of stuff we had talked about, and it's all kind of like a mix up of different things. For the most part, everything is like what they call natty plus or whatever. I don't consider it natty. They're performance enhancing drugs.
Yeah, for sure.
They're just way more on the milder side, not necessarily inclined to cause, as far as we know, anything permanent. So the big 3 that I was messing with, 4, Enclomiphene, which you were messing. I don't know if you're still taking.
No, but we'll get back to that.
Okay. Enclomiphene was one. MK-677 was the one with the highest like risk profile, and then AC-262 was another one, which is a SARM, but it's like one of the milder SARMs that doesn't cause as much suppression as the others. It's like one of the least suppressing SARMs, but also still has a pretty significant positive effect on performance, as well as like fat loss and things like that. So really good one to take, has to be cycled, and it's advisable to take some sort of PCT, which is what Enclomiphene typically is. And then Tadalafil, also known as Cialis. Some people just know it as a boner pill, but like it's really for blood circulation in general. It's an incredible drug that is, I think, should virtually be available over the counter, just for what benefits it has cardiovascularly for people. It's just really good for blood flow in general.
Maybe I should start taking that for the Ironman.
You should.
Are you for real?
Yeah. It's I suggest taking it just to see if you're not on it already. You can talk to your doctor, and if you talk to your doctor and just tell them, like, you know, I've heard this Tadalafil. It's not something you can take. It doesn't cause like any sort of recreational effects, aside from the fact that, you know, the increase in erectile function, you know, potentially.
Wouldn't suck.
Yeah, no, it doesn't suck for sure. But like, I just take 5 milligrams a day, which is the daily dose. Anything above that, you can start running into potential issues. 5 milligrams is the therapeutic dose for just like, I don't know, call it performance enhancement. And what I would do also, when I was getting at Gray Market, is I would do 5 milligrams every day, and if I knew I was going in for an intense workout, I'd take an extra 5 milligrams about an hour before a workout. And so that would just kind of increase blood flow even more to the muscles and stuff that I was actually working out. And the pump you get from it is ridiculous. So highly advise. Very little in the way of side effects. Obviously, talk to your doctor, talk to your wife if she's concerned about it too, because it's one of these things where, you know, nobody just jump into taking stuff, because
right.
It's just, you got to actually do research and speak to the professionals who actually know more about it. of all the things I'm taking, I think Tadalafil is literally the best one, because it's something that it has a profound impact in the background. The one thing to find out about the Ironman is whether or not do they worry about like WADA stuff?
They do for pros.
For pros. Okay,
Yeah.
so for what you're doing, there
This is
may
posterity.
be, you have to look
They're not
into
going to
it.
drug test me.
Okay, yeah. So, and the edge you get from it is not going to be something that's going to put you in the top 5 or something necessarily if you're not already there. You know, if you're already top 5, you know, potentially
They're drug testing.
put you up to 3. Yeah, exactly. So
I'm in the top 1,000.
that's still really good. How many people are doing them every year?
Thousands. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm talking about like I'm in the top 1,000 for the one I did.
Oh, well, I mean, that's still not bad. The fact that you
Yeah.
did one in and of itself is pretty incredible.
I think so.
I would love to try it. I guess you could say it's a toxic trait. Part of me thinks I could do it.
You can.
And everyone probably says the exact same thing. It's the swimming part that'll get you. I think so too. I remember you saying something about the dry suit helps a lot, or the wetsuit or whatever that
Yeah,
you wear.
it keeps you buoyant.
Exactly.
You're not
And-
going to fall. I mean, I did the majority of my swim training in the beginning. 3 weeks before the Ironman is when I did the majority of my swimming, because I was fucking terrified. I
Yeah.
can swim, right? But I was doing all my training in Lake Michigan, which was scary as it, you know, and by myself with a little orange floaty and blah, blah, blah. But the wetsuit was a complete game changer, you know, even if I'm swimming and I needed to take a break or whatever. But I also...
It's like one of those Baywatch floats that comes behind you.
Uh-huh.
Is it- Oh, okay,
Yeah,
cool.
just so like boats can see you and shit, so you don't get run
and
over.
also something, if you get tired, you could probably grab it or something.
You could,
Yeah.
but again, the wetsuit just kept me. I could just be
Yeah,
like this
yeah.
and float, which is
That's a
game
massive
changer.
thing. I think that makes me think even more that I could do it if I had the wetsuit.
Terrified of the swim. It was the easiest part of the whole event.
Okay, yeah. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm not very buoyant. I've always been
No, I sink to the
relatively
bottom.
dense, I guess, both physically and mentally. But like, I tend to, I can swim and I can swim relatively good, but I also panic if I can't feel the bottom. And so, I feel
I
like
had
it's
one of those moments. I was swimming with 3 of my buddies,
Mhm.
and we were, I don't know, probably in 20 foot of water,
Mhm.
and came around a buoy, and I didn't take in water, but all of a sudden my heart rate spiked, and I was like,
It's weird.
and
Something
I-
could trigger
I
it, and then you just can't
kinda
get out of it.
started to panic a little
Mhm.
bit. No wetsuit, just free swimming,
Oh shoot.
and done it a bunch of times already. But
Mhm.
this one time, I'm like, hey guys, I'm going closer to shore.
Yeah.
And I got to where I was in like 6 foot of water, and then I just did the swim, knowing that if I needed to just drop my feet down, I
You
could.
could stand up for a
You know,
second. Yeah.
even on my tiptoes
Yeah,
or
yeah.
whatever. I just,
Does
yeah,
that
those moments
disqualify you?
happen.
And like if, because was the actual swim portion in the lake?
It was in the bay.
In the bay. Okay.
So, dude, and that whole thing too. I've talked about this on the podcast before, but we got on the Saturday before.
Mm-hmm.
My training partner, who is shout out to Tom, is going to do it with me this year because we've already signed up. We're doing it again, and we were on the docks looking at where they were putting the buoys, and we'd already been doing the swim. Like we had the distance already. We'd been doing the distance, but
Mhm.
looking at the furthest buoy where you had to swim to,
Yeah.
I was like, holy fuck, that seems way farther than we've been swimming. But it wasn't. It just looked so far. And then when you got hundreds of people in the water with you,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
crazy, dude.
Oh, I bet. Are you like bumping into people and stuff?
I was
You're
so
starting
fucking
out?
jacked. I mean, that morning, Betsy went with me, got there at 5 a.m., got everything set up, and I didn't have to be in the water until like 7:45. So it was a lot of nerves.
Yeah.
But then it's just like full-on adrenaline. Boom, took off, started swimming. Swam faster than I'd swam all summer. You know, wasn't like, out of the water in 28 minutes like some of these
Yeah,
psychos, but good enough to keep me ahead of my pace until
I
I
mean,
absolutely died on the run. But
Like I said,
that's
just
a whole nother
finishing it
story.
alone is pretty massive. You said someone almost died on the run?
I almost died on the
You did?
run. I mean, I felt like I was going to die.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
out of all the training, there were so many things that I think we did wrong in the summer. We were doing the rides, doing the runs, doing the swims, doing the transitions. There was just something, because you never actually do a full one.
Yeah.
You don't go out and do 56 miles on a bike ride and then run a half marathon and and also have the 1.2 swim at the front end. You just don't do that.
Yeah.
you kind of piecemeal it. You do a 30-mile bike ride, you do a 10K run, you do a 700-yard swim or whatever. You're just kind of slowly building this
until the main event, and then you got to put it all.
Then you got to put it all together.
Yeah.
And one of the mistakes that I made was I never rode my bike more than, like, I think the longest ride was 36 miles, which is really pedestrian when you think about what you need to do for the Ironman. We should have had rides that were touching 75 miles, and that was the workout for the day. And once I got past, like, the 40-mile mark on the bike, I was strong on the bike. I was basically, I think, 12 minutes behind the time that I wanted, which was still an impressive goal for me. But, dude, I got off that bike, and, like, my legs said, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah.
And then I ran into this thing where I couldn't take any oxygen in. Like, I knew.
You think it was mental?
Physically that I could do it, but I couldn't. I couldn't get any more in.
Yeah.
I couldn't get more than that in. So it was like this is what's clutch about the Ironman too. On the run, the fucking aid stations are exactly 1 mile apart. They're everywhere.
Wow. Okay.
So I was
any
like,
point in time, you can pretty much.
I got a mile to go to the next one.
That's
right?
cool.
A mile to go to the next one. So I would run until I saw the aid station. Maybe it was 75 yards away, and then I would just walk. I'd get there, and it was so hot, putting ice in my kit, everything, just to stay alive. And I finished an hour after the time I wanted to finish, which really pissed me off because I knew I could have done better. So this is going to be a whole nother game this year. But
were you doing gels and stuff like that too throughout it? Did you carry nothing?
No, I did. I had a bunch of. I mean, I consumed, and I talked to Krista Johnson, who's an absolute fucking unit, who does these things and done a lot of them. And she said I probably ate too much.
Really?
Because for some reason I had it in my mind. I'm a big guy, anyways, and I'm like, well, my goal was to try to eat close to 2,000 calories. I still lost 12 pounds. Mostly water.
Yeah.
But I was eating Rice Krispie treats. I was, trying to just pound that sugar into me.
Carb load like
carb
crazy.
load, and trust me, I've been carb loading all summer. So I had plenty of carbs in me.
Yeah.
But like I said, my muscles didn't hurt. And my endurance was, I was in zone 2 the whole time I was on the bike. I don't think I could look back on my numbers. I mean, It's
interesting if you were in zone 2 because there's a little bit of a weird thing about. I've just been learning about this recently, where zone 2 almost seems to prioritize like fat metabolism. So like that's like walking and stuff, isn't it? So,
but it's like, but my endurance is crazy though.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I could just go. Like I'm on. If I want to peel off the fastest 5K possible, my fucking VO2 max is it's not elite by any means. I think now it's close to, it's like 59. But
I wanted to be able to break a 20-minute 5K, but I just don't know.
At our age, I mean, that's great.
Yeah. And I got to 23. But again, there's something I can't quite push above that one point. And it's because I think it's consistency. Like, I just haven't been pushing as consistent. I get to a certain point, temps outside get low. My brain's like, that's a great excuse to not have to run, or that's a great excuse to not have to do cardio. Yeah. So it's like, I think consistently, maybe I could probably get to that point. But for whatever reason, it just seemed like I just was not able to get below 23 minutes. And it's just like I said, the consistency. I think
you were sprinting too, weren't you?
I was doing sprints.
See, that's one thing I got to incorporate in order for me to get faster.
Super easy to get hurt if you're not careful. That was I literally like the second or third day out doing sprints with my son so there's a couple studies, and again, this could also be one of these weird things. You see these things pop up on Facebook, and everything's just AI slop anymore. It's just like, oh, ChatGPT, tell me like what happens if I, run this long or whatever. So the whole thing is, I can't remember the exact circuit, but it was like seven sets of, I think it was 30-second sprints. and it's supposed to increase your natural growth hormone production by like 700%.
I saw something similar to that the other day. Yeah,
so
sprinting does that. Yeah.
There's interesting stuff about that because, I mean, if anything to increase growth hormone production, which, MK-677, it's like the big thing with that. Massive, especially at this age, if you can do it therapeutically. There are some downsides to stuff like MK. But sprinting and stuff, I don't know how much it actually works once you get beyond that age threshold where your body stops producing it. Plus, you watch the shit and they're like, yeah, it increases. What does it increase at 0.5? You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then you just say it's an increase. It's like what you said with like the bots. The fucked up thing the other day, dude, is I'm on Instagram and I see this guy, he's opening up his refrigerator and he says, why you should never eat before you work out. And then the very next video was why you should eat before you work out.
Everything is, it's all engagement bait. It's all meant to be like, oh, well, I just read this yesterday. Now there's already information to contradict it. Yeah. It's just because it's like they know that if you feel like you have to correct it, like you're going to want to watch it, and that's, I am getting, my mind when it comes to like internet stuff, like I'm perpetually online. I'm getting to a point where I'm disliking a lot of this stuff more and more to where I'm avoiding a lot of the places I used to go. Deleted my Twitter account. I don't post anything on Facebook anymore. Occasionally I'll post a video, some pictures. Once every 6 months I get a spur of the moment, like I'm going to post something that's like a pseudo hot take, and then I just won't say anything again. And the moment someone that says like, they try to like get into an argument with me, I either delete their comment or I say I'm not getting into a debate about this, and then like I leave it. And it's like because I just can't stand the discourse anymore.
Yeah,
like
people are cunts, dude.
It's insane. Like you had a guy, like I'm conservative, like I'm
oh, and Nate was on.
Yeah,
dude. So here's the thing. I want to talk about Facebook too. Here.
Yeah.
So I like Nate. Nate's a liberal.
I didn't watch I don't mean to interrupt you. I just want to say real quick, I didn't watch the entire podcast. I got about like halfway through. I was in Florida, so I didn't have enough time to. For the most part, most of what he said wasn't even necessarily politically biased. It was about philosophy and stuff.
Right.
And
that's what we wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
But like, the problem with it was, I mean, I had the clip that I posted. Is that what you're tracking at?
The comments underneath the clip.
Yeah.
Were just insane.
Let's go. It's funny because there's two parts. There's a few parts of this. Number one, I had that clip in the tank, actually. And I was like kind of hesitant to post it. And I don't typically hesitate on posting things. Mm-hmm. Well, then Nate messaged me and said, hey, if you happen to have a clip of, when I said this particular thing, it'd be cool if you posted it. And I'm like, well, I have it.
We'll get you some engagement.
Boom. And I don't read comments. But I read comments when somebody sends them to me. Mm-hmm. Like my friends will screenshot shit and they'll send me stuff.
I even said something to you. I'm like, dude, what is wrong with people? Like, I guarantee they watched 5 seconds of the podcast.
Or they didn't watch it at all. They just saw the clip.
They just saw that clip. And like, they don't understand that who they're criticizing is somebody who is literally on their aisle.
I know.
And the whole thing was about the racial thing, because he said that like the whole thing was like why the Democrat Party is losing male support.
It's fucking obvious.
Yeah, and he went through a route that was like it wasn't just male support, it's like white male support. The reason why is because literally everything is demonizing white males at this point. And of course, you've got the comments that are just all saying the exact same things. Oh, poor white man, blah, 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 you're privileged. And it's like, yeah, well, I mean, please keep doing that. Please keep saying that stuff, because it's gonna lose your future elections. Like if you maintain that attitude, the people that you need that you're criticizing right now are never going to support you. And you may have a few people like Nate who, I can tell the guy seems like he has a pretty good heart. Yeah. Again, I don't even agree with him politically, but I'm like, these people are crapping on this guy who is on their team, and he's trying to help provide answers to like what that side needs to do to get more support. Yeah. And they're like, well, F you, like, I don't really care about what you're saying because you're just a white male and you're trying to say that white men need to have more representation. Yeah. Well, it's just one man's opinion. It always goes to the
extreme, dude.
Yeah, it completely
goes to the extreme. I've been kind of hammering on that for a little while anyways, because it is true. Mm-hmm. It is true that, the Democrat Party has lost the young male voter. Yeah. And it's because of the fucking bullshit that they constantly say about them. Yeah. They pigeonhole them, they put them in a category, and they tell them that it's your fault, mm-hmm. right? And then they're like, well, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, what happens, I think, a lot of times is, from what I've seen, and this is back like 2014 is when I really started getting super focused on politics and stuff for the 2016 election. There were a lot of like fringe opinions that were popping up here and there, and a lot of them had kind of the same themes. And there were associations made, I guess, with, you probably remember Occupy Wall Street.
Yeah.
So
that's old school.
very, yeah.
It's old school now.
I was in Afghanistan when Occupy Wall Street was happening, and I remember that was around the time that it was basically shut down.
Right.
There was an interesting occurrence that happened during Occupy Wall Street, which is that it shifted from a class divide to a racial divide, and there is a theory that it made so much progress that a lot of money was invested into embedding people that were going to try and derail the movement by focusing more on like racial hierarchy versus financial hierarchy. And this turned into, I think that was like the term white privilege spiked in 2012, like right when this was going on. There was the term that maybe existed prior to this, but nobody was saying it. And then suddenly college campuses and riots and things like that, and these protests started like screaming it all over the place. And there was this big movement to try and like shift focus away from the fact that we've got people who are literally trying to eliminate the middle class and make nothing but a consumer class of like lower class people that are dependent upon like government kickbacks and things like that, and focus it more on like, well, if we get everyone to argue with each other about racial things or about like class or like what was the sexual identity and things like this.
Yeah.
If we can focus everyone's attention on that stuff, they'll stop worrying about the fact that we just gave out a ton of loans to a bunch of people that like defaulted because none of these people should have had loans in the first place. They were just handing them out left and right, and so that caused a massive economic collapse. 2008, leading into the Wall Street Occupy Wall Street movement, and then now everything conveniently goes away from like who's causing the problem to let's point fingers at skin color and who you're having sex with. And it was very successful because here we are in 2025 and some guy says like the Democrat Party is losing support because of their preference for just only focusing on racial and sexual identity issues and literally giving a big middle finger to one specific group of people that they need, and that's basically how they are where they are. And so yeah, I don't know. It was just interesting. When I see people who are progressive in the comments of his video bitching at him because he's a white male and acting as though he is literally a conservative white supremacist, and he's trying to say, listen, we can get everything back together. We can fix this party. We can move forward if we stop focusing on these things. And they literally dig the hole deeper.
Yeah, deeper.
And this is just local. This isn't anything big deal. But this is a reflection of like the grander conversation politically. And this is why there won't be any movement on that side for a little while. I mean, everyone can focus on like the crazy things happening right now politically. I'm not going to comment on it. But it's like, it's not going to get anywhere if all you're going to focus on is like the skin color stuff and the sexual identity stuff. Not to say that there isn't a place for conversations about that stuff, because there absolutely is.
Sure.
But if that's going to be your central focus, you're going to lose a lot of people, because no matter what you say about whatever topic, somebody is going to complain about your specific perspective. They won't care. Like this idea that you're not allowed to have an opinion because of your skin color, or you're not allowed to say things because of your race or your sexual identity. Insanity.
Yeah.
And I'm glad they're losing support if that's their mindset, if that's but I think that there is a way that they can move forward, but they're going to have to shift a lot of their stuff.
Yeah, they're going to have to. Well, it doesn't help that our president goes off the rails.
Yeah, I mean, this is like one of the things that I don't regret voting the way that I did at all. I just saw things going even worse than they are now. What I do regret is the shift, and for the sake of like keeping your stuff safe, I'm not going to get into specifics about this. I don't like the shift from America first to very specific other things above America, other countries above America. So that to me is where I'm getting lost, and like like I can't sit here and act like this is what I voted for. So you know and that's. I think that what we have right now is very much a captured government, and this was something that was going on before the president that we have in office now. I think that our government's been captured for several decades, maybe even since Kennedy, who knows? And I don't know if we're ever going to get away from that. And I mean, it's just things have gotten crazy because everything's going off the rails, and it seems like the only way to gain any sort of political momentum is to be the most extreme personality in the room.
On TikTok.
Or like on Twitter or whatever, like that's the only way to get ahead, and it's the natural devolution of things. I mean, Idiocracy basically was
such a great movie.
It's a fantastic movie. It's virtually a documentary.
Today.
It's literally following every single piece of that film. Like we're going right in that direction. It's insane. It's only a matter of time until like the White House is sponsored by like Gatorade or something. I mean, they're doing like the UFC fights and stuff, you know, which I think is cool. I think that's dope. Like I would love to watch, you know, all these fights and stuff in front of the White House and the White House lawn. That's going to be cool as shit. I just don't think it's necessary. I think this is kind of crazy that we're going in this direction.
It's a fucking circus.
You know, but it's
and that's where guys like me toe this really fucking hard. You know, I'm not afraid to tell people that. Basically, I mean, I don't affiliate with a party, and it fucking drives people crazy. But I guess if I'm gonna pick something, I'm probably more of a libertarian. You know what I mean? And
I used to feel that way. I used to feel like libertarianism was the way to go.
It's just so fucking hard when both sides are full of like you know basically retarded people and people that should be in an old folks home. You know, so it's crazy.
And not only that, but it seems like during the primaries, they want to focus on the things that actually matter. And then as soon as they hit the primaries, their extreme opinions disappear.
Yeah.
And then they want to kind of come to the center, and they want to kind of back off the subjects that were like America first. We're going to do this for America. Well, you see, you know, one side's saying that, and the other side's like, not that they're not America first. It's just that they have a different idea of what America is.
Right.
And it's like an evolved, not necessarily for the better, not necessarily for the worse. It just kind of depends on your perspective. But they have a completely different perspective on what America is, or what it has been historically, for better or for worse. So it's, man, I completely like derailed my own thought process there. What was I saying? Oh shoot, what was I saying? Completely lost. I don't know.
That's all right.
Yeah.
But to zip back to like you got rid of Twitter. You don't really post on Facebook. I have a question, and I think that you could help provide me with some insight on this. So it might be a little bit of a long question, but I'll get to it. I cannot stand social media.
Yeah, same.
Before we got involved with
Is that blinking?
I don't know. Be a good time to take a little TO.
Okay. Zen anyways. Yeah, we are recording. So we're good. Okay, what were you just saying so we don't lose track? Facebook, yes.
We won't lose track. I'm on this.
Okay, good.
Before my wife and I developed Manistee Beverage Company, I had been off of social media for like 7 years. And, you know, I never fucked with Instagram or anything.
It's crazy to think about that we grew up in a time before social media, and we can say that we've been off of it for 7 years.
Yeah, so I've been with Betsy for, I bet close to 15 years now. And we've been, we just had our 10-year anniversary. And
you've been with her almost as long as I've been with Sonia.
Yeah.
Or almost, probably, yeah, about the same. That's cool.
In fact, when I started dating her is when I basically turned off Facebook. You know, I never deleted my account, but I just went inactive on it. And so 7 years later, we were getting ready to open up, and I'm like, I kind of think I need kind of think I need a Facebook account for this, you know, and never was a practitioner online. You know, I started off like a lot of fucking dudes do. It was like, you know, you put an inspirational quote up on Facebook, you know, some like gay shit.
Emo music lyrics.
Yeah. So I'm like, anyways, so set it up, do it, boom. And then, you know, flash forward, here we are today doing a podcast. But Facebook, and when I say I can't stand social media, like, dude, if I could do this, what I'm doing right now, I am so passionate about this podcast, it's crazy. If I could only do this and just put it on YouTube, Spotify, you know, all the places that it goes, and I would still use, like, I really do like Instagram, because it's completely different than TikTok. It's even though it's the same shit, it's completely different than Facebook. I think the people that engage on it engage in a much different way. You're definitely cultivating your own. In a sense, it's like YouTube, although, you know, in that you cultivate what you're going to watch.
Yeah.
YouTube kind of, their algorithm's designed to say, well, if you like this, you'll probably like this kind of thing. The comments on YouTube are a little Wild Westy, but that's okay. I'm down for those. Those I do fuck with. I do fuck with people on YouTube.
Yeah.
But for Facebook is just like this. It is like the worst of the worst, right? So I guess what I'm getting at is during COVID, I exploded on social media. That's when
I remember.
That's when it just went ding. Partly because I was like, you know, COVID's retarded, and we're not going to play this stupid game with everybody. And being in the business that I was in and being heavily connected to other businesses that were way negatively affected by this government oversight, huge oversight, in my opinion, by telling businesses they can't open, telling people they had to stay home, taking kids out of school or whatever, blah, blah, blah. I could go deep in the weeds on this shit. I was very much like, hey, it's pretty dumb that you're letting people eat outside inside, but not inside. You know, shit like that.
Yeah.
And then, boom, right?
Or making people wear face masks to their table.
And then taking it off.
But then you can take it off
I mean,
when you're at the table.
It's
all performative. Everything was completely performative. It was just like, we just want to see that you're willing to comply with what we're telling you to do. And if you are, then everything's good. We're good. If you don't comply, we're going to shut you down.
Two things happened out of that for me. Number one, my Facebook account went from like 2,000 people that were following Manistee Beverage to now it's at like 76,000.
That's wild.
But it fucking jumped in 1 week from 2,000 to 30,000. And I'm like, what is that? I would wake up in the morning and I would have 1,000 notifications. Just I couldn't get through it enough, right? But then I also saw the negative effects of all of that, you know, especially from a local standpoint.
Yeah.
When all of a sudden people that I thought were, air quote, friends weren't anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They were total dickheads. But aside from that, and all of a sudden, you know, I looked at bets one day and I'm like, holy shit, like we're making a ton of money on this. It was wild. 1 month, I mean, I don't care, I'll say it, but I don't make hardly any money off Facebook anymore. Like everything is completely changed. But 1 month I made like $9,000.
That's wild.
And I was just like looking at it going up and up and up and up and up, like on the hour.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit, this is crazy. I don't know what Facebook was doing back then, but they were paying, bro. And I was like, holy shit. At some point, I'm going to have to make a decision. Do I go all in on this? Or do I? And I'm glad I didn't go all in on it because, like I said, it just completely changed. They went from
YouTube was rug pulling everyone. Every like 3 or 4 years, they would revise their monetization policies because people were just losing chunks and chunks of their income. So they had to find ways to branch out with Patreon and things like that. Which you have a Patreon too.
I do.
So, yeah.
Thank you for everybody who subscribes to Patreon. Just a cup of coffee. It's pretty easy. But anyways. I'm glad I didn't go all in because the rug got pulled. Like we were making a very good amount of money on Facebook, and then all of a sudden they were like, "Hey, we're taking the bonus program away, and we're doing this other shit." So like Facebook and YouTube and Meta, as an example, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube kind of do the same things now, where it's like, you know, people can like it it's putting it all on your viewer, right? If you want to make money doing this thing, it's all on your viewer, which is, unless you get, and then it's almost unattainable for a lot of smaller creators. Some things where you've got to average 10 million views on YouTube in 90 days to get into a monetization thing. But if you fall behind that, then you're out automatically. I mean, you got to fucking run. Because I watch
This is why I see a lot of YouTubers, they go into that weird, what do you call it? They get burned out after a while because you have to stay on top of it and be so consistent. It's almost like for the average person, it's not really like feasible. Like they're the normal skill. Like I do photography full time. The winter I basically am free, so I do a lot of streaming and stuff in the winter, but I don't have an audience. I don't have enough people that subscribe, like 134 people that subscribe to my YouTube channel, and I'm doing content mostly for family members, my nephews and stuff like that. But if I had somehow broken into that, I've seen how people complain on YouTube about what YouTube does with that stuff. It just they try to like constantly dangle a carrot almost in front of everybody.
Well, they all kind of do.
Yeah,
it's a carrot dangle.
Yeah, and
so that's the goal. For me, it's not the goal to have the people that watch my shit pay for my shit. Like I said, what
sponsors and stuff.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
You want to get it so that it's to a point where somebody's paying for you to produce your show. And profit's not a dirty word. And if I'm going to do this forever, I can't do it with everything with just my own shit.
Right.
Because time is money, the space costs money, yada yada. I can go down the list. But my question is, after saying all of that, is I am a stone's throw away, dude, from being exactly like you. Like, fuck Facebook, I'm done. All those people, 70, because it's like, how on earth, because I look at it sometimes, I'm like, this is wild. I've kind of curated my personal page to where it's just mostly like it's a couple thousand. It's a lot of people I don't know, but my podcast page is the one that's got 76,000 followers on it, and I'm always like, I don't want to give all those people up. But unless I have a banger of a video or something, nobody sees it. And I'm like, how the fuck does 76,000 people? I'm not even like, if I was averaging 10% of those, I'd be happy.
How much are you putting into like Facebook?
I put $0 into marketing. I'm organic.
No, and that's how it should be. Personally, I think Facebook loves to do this little game, and they do it like when you start an Instagram account, you put out your first reel, you get a shit ton of engagement on that first reel. You'll get 4,000 people that look at it, and they're like, "Oh my god, I've got something here." It doesn't matter what you put out. You could put like a video of your feet, which I mean that will get engagement to some people. So it's like, but but like they intentionally kind of like what's the word or the expression? They kind of like they pad it a little bit, or they I can't remember the exact, but it doesn't matter. They feed you a little bit to make you think that like if you just keep doing it, you're just going to constantly get this engagement. Then you put another video out and you get 5 people that see it. And then another one, you get 10 people, and then you get another one, you get 4 people. And from that point on, unless you're doing 5 videos a day, and like you said, they're bangers or they're at least mildly entertaining, you've got something, a good punchline in each video that everyone's like, oh, I got to keep coming back. Unless you've got something that's just consistent, just gold, you just do not get the engagement that you get from that first video. And this happens in like video games and stuff all the time. Like Fortnite was a big thing. I play with my son. They play these games where like the first couple times you play a Fortnite round, you're up against bots. So you're just literally killing people left and right. It's no competition. It's like, my God, I'm so good at this game. I need to be like a live streamer playing Fortnite. And then after like that 5th game, you're starting to play against actual people, and you're just constantly getting your shit pushed in. It is just nonstop, just getting abused by people in that game. So it's they bait you into creating content, and then once you start getting into that way, you just don't get the same engagement anymore. You don't get that feedback like you did before. So with, like you said, with the putting out a banger on that one channel and like you getting a massive, like no one's getting the views, I think that they withhold viewership. Like, I think that they literally say, like, we're not even going to recommend your stuff to people that follow you unless you give us a few bucks here and there to promote your content. I think that's how they do it. Because I remember, like, with my Facebook stuff, I haven't posted anything on my photography Facebook page in like 3 years. I haven't posted anything on my Instagram page in like a year and a half, 2 years for my photography stuff. And it sucks because that's like the main way to get a lot of like local exposure and a lot of like local business. But I developed a weird phobia. Like, I don't know what it is. But for one, I used to have issues with this sense of the imposter syndrome or whatever, where it's like, do I really deserve the amount of, I don't know what you call it, attention, praise, recognition for the stuff that I'm doing? You know, like, am I the professional that I am supposed to be, you know, within this field? And that plays games with you, like with your head. And once you get beyond that, you then start to develop this kind of weird sense. I developed it of like, everything I post has the potential to have a positive or a negative effect. And with the way that everything is today, there's a higher likelihood of what you post having a negative effect than there is a positive effect. And so to me, social media, no matter what it is that I'm doing on there, there is almost unanimously a net negative that I get from anything that I put out there anymore. It's arguable if I'm just posting pictures of clients and things like that, that it's just for recognition. That's great. What I worry about, one, is there are some clients that will see your content and they will either be hypercritical of it, or they will be like, I didn't say you could post that picture of me. Well, granted, I have the rights to the photos, but I also don't want to step on people's toes that like paid me to do work for them. So like, to honor them and to like prevent myself from getting into any sort of like crazy trouble, I've just more or less developed this kind of anxiety around social media that like I just cannot seem to get around. Like, I have no motivation to post anything. Every once in a while I get a motivation to post something on YouTube or to live stream, but I have to break through an initial anxiety to start the stream. Live streaming super easy, super fun. Depending on where we were talking about this before, it's dangerous if you have like certain types of conversations you're having. Bro. Like, live streaming this could potentially run into scary things, you know, just in terms of if someone reviews it and you've got a VOD set up to where they can go back to see things, and there's like one little miscalculated statement, not even necessarily something you meant, but something that people misconstrue, because that's what the name of the game is nowadays. Everything is misinterpretation.
Gotcha, bro.
100%. Everything was about a soundbite. You do that on a live stream, the next thing you know, it's like PewDiePie's bridge video that is like super famous, where he said the N-word, and it almost tanked his entire career. He lost his Disney sponsorship because he called somebody that word in an FPS game, and it was rough for him after that. And he's live, you know, and that's it. Not to say that it's excusable
Don't say that word.
to say that. Don't say that word. But like, you know, it was a moment of like, back when I was a kid, when I was in my...
Gotcha.
What the hell? I don't know what that was. When I was a kid in my early 20s, I was playing Call of Duty. That word was thrown around back then, not necessarily by me, but like when you're playing, people call you that word constantly. And it still happens now. Now it's really popular.
It's just crazy, dude.
It's gotten back to a point where it's like... So I play a game called Arc Raiders. And I've been live streaming it a few times, and I watch a lot of people who play it because it's one of the most entertaining video. Because, oh my God, I could get into some shit about this game. It's a mind fuck of a game. I at this point think it's almost like a social experiment, like a government sanctioned study to see how people handle certain interactions in a potential post-apocalyptic scenario. So have you heard of the expression, or not the expression, but the concept of the prisoner's dilemma?
No.
So it's the idea that when you have two people who have a decision, they can either work together on something and achieve an outcome that benefits both of them, or they can turn on each other and achieve a potentially greater outcome, but at a higher risk. So they might get nothing if they turn on the other person, but if they succeed in whatever they're trying to do, they have a greater outcome. So the prisoner's dilemma situation is you have two people that are arrested for, let's say, a B&E or something, and they're being interrogated separately. Each person has the decision that they can turn on the other guy and try and cop a deal from the cops to get out, you know, or they can keep their mouth shut and potentially be like, I don't know what you're talking about, I plead the fifth, and both of them
Free.
could potentially be free or have a reduced sentence because there's not enough evidence to actually get a conviction or whatever the case may be. And more often than not, cops are able to terrify the person enough to be like, I turn on my buddy, like, you know, he did it, he convinced me to do it, blah, blah, blah. Prisoner's Dilemma. This game, it's what's known as a PvPvE, so you have environmental things, robots and stuff you're trying to shoot, and you've got other players that come in. You can work with other players in the game. You have the option of, like, befriending people that aren't on your team and being like, hey, let's go achieve this objective. And if that works, the outcome is 10 times greater than if you just immediately shoot on sight. The problem is a lot of people consider it to be just a straight up PvP game. So your goal is to just kill, when that's not necessarily the goal. There's a ton of other objectives. What was the point of bringing this game up?
I got like an idea in my head where like I'm playing. I don't know anything about gaming, but I'd be like, hey, you want to help me with the situation here? Yeah. Get through the situation and then...
That's literally something that happens in the game all the time. And it creates such a... And this is why it's a mindfuck. Crazy. You have no idea how defeating it feels to get betrayed by somebody in the game that was on your... that was helping you. And like they turn their back on you, like when you need it, like you're going up against something, an enemy shows up, you know, like a robot or something like that, and you're fighting them, and then while you're fighting them, they're like, oh, he's distracted, I'm just going to cap him while he's trying to fight this thing. It happens. And so it feels completely like just pure betrayal. It is not a good feeling. To go back to this, so live streamers play this. There's a couple really big ones. I won't name them because it's irrelevant, but one guy I watch is massive in this game. He averages like 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 views a night. Like, and he plays to 4 a.m. So imagine he's got 50,000 people watching him at 4 a.m. It's crazy. So he will play this game, and he's developed a hate-love like thing within this culture around this game, to where people will what's called stream snipe him. So they see that he's logging into a server on this map, and they hit play, go to this map at exactly the same time, and the hope is there's like a 1 in 5 chance that you end up in his server, and you can find him, and you can do a number of things. You can kill him, you can try and befriend him, you can try and like help him out, and more often than not, people try to knock him. They try and kill him in the game. Jesus. The problem is some people go a step further, and they try to literally have a legitimately negative impact on his stream and on his channel by finding him. If he knocks them, they have prox chat open, so if you get close enough to an enemy, you can talk to them. It's amazing. The sound design in this game.
Wow, dude.
So they will come up to him, and they will just start screaming the N-word over and over and over again until he like starts freaking out. He's like, oh, he starts screaming into the microphone to try and block out the noise, and he like goes to mute everything in the game so you can't hear it, because there's a chance YouTube will just be like demonetized.
Yeah,
they'll cut you off.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, they're constantly looking for a reason. So and that's a big thing now. But it's become more popular again for this to be said in games, and it's crazy because you can see the person's name pop up when they're saying it.
Nuts.
And it can be tracked to you. So I don't understand why these people are so stupid that they're running up to somebody and yelling the N-word over and over again. You see their username, and you can literally find out who they are. So it's crazy. But yeah, it seems to be growing again. So people are saying, but back when I was in Call of Duty days, and I was like, early Air Force times, everyone was just screaming at each other in the lobby. You know, kill cams are like at the end of the game, and everyone's like, you're looking at like what everyone's KD is, and people are just talking shit back and forth to each other. And that was like one of the most like there's the meme of SpongeBob opening the suitcase, and it says like Old Trusty, and it's him opening the suitcase, and it says Call of Duty Old Trusty, and it's just the N-word, and it's wild, like and it's just them saying that to each other in the game over and over again. So
the internet is a perilous place.
It is very, very perilous.
It is a perilous place.
We've got this could probably be subtracted from this if you wanted to, but it's an interesting subject that it's happening. Like it's coming back again in a weird way. So but yeah.
So anyways, I've been doing the post and ghost.
Yes.
You know, I just post it and leave it, and I guess, you know, I guess the question I was teetering on is like, should I just get rid of Facebook? And at the end of the day, the more I talk about it, I'm just kind of like, well, post and ghost and be done. But I'm hoping that there's a day where I don't even have to do any of it. It just kind of just does itself and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, I just kind of schedule everything and walk away. And, I'm trying my best. I mean, one of the things that I'm trying to do going into this year is I completely shut down, once I get home. I'm not doing the best at it because as soon as you grab this fucking thing, and you're like, oh, and then an hour goes by and you're like, Jesus Christ, dude, I could have done so much stuff.
Time stealer. It literally like morphs your perception of time as it's going by. It's crazy how it works.
So I've been putting it on silent mode, don't fucking talk to me mode, whatever. As soon as it's time for dinner and I'm home, phone's off, and I'm trying to stay away from it. My goal is to have it off once I walk in the door, and then everybody that's important to me has my wife's phone number, and she doesn't mess around with social media. She says she does me a favor. She'll go on and like my shit and then get away.
Yeah, give me some engagement.
Yeah, give me some engagement and then leave. But the goal is to just be done with it when I get home. And what I was going to say is that everybody can get a hold of me through my wife. So if it's important, get a hold of her. Yeah. And she'll tell me, which is wild to think about. But I tell you what, my brain feels better.
Yeah. I don't know what it was. It was about 3 months ago. Like I said, I deleted my Twitter. I am I don't say good things on Twitter. It was pretty anonymous. So but it was always you drew first blood.
Yeah.
Here we go. That was the kind of engagement that I was giving on Twitter. Not healthy. I don't look at it the same way that Rogan looks at it. I know that it has a negative impact on the mind. I have, luckily, a very enriched family. We are, my wife and our kids and everything like that. We're so, I don't know, blessed, to have this kind of thing at home. And for whatever reason, I don't feel like our family has been touched by the culture the way it seems to be destroying everything else in the world. Now, a lot of that could just be perceptions that are messed with by constant social media engagement, constant social media consumption. It just looks like everything's falling apart out there. The more you look into it, it's like staring into the abyss. Eventually it stares back. And I wish that I could just not have any of it, because since I've not had Twitter, and since there's a couple other websites I used to go to all the time, I haven't been on them in a while. I've just kind of checked out, because there's a lot of things that occurred that it was okay, well, we're not going to get the things that we were told we were going to get. That it was just I give up. I don't know if you call it demoralization. I wouldn't say it's demoralization, because I have a pretty optimistic outlook on things. Right. I do think that we are headed to a better place at some point. Not religiously, yes, but I don't mean that. I mean, I think that culturally, societally, I think that there are some things happening that we will see a positive shift culturally in the very near future. It's a lot of people are so demoralized. My brother is completely demoralized. He looks at it all. It's all just a sinking ship. It's just a matter of time until we're just completely submerged. I think that there are signs that we're about to see somewhat of a rebirth of happiness and prosperity in this country coming up. Not necessarily this year, not necessarily next year, but culturally, I think that we're starting to see some things change in a way that are positive, which is great.
Yes, 100%.
But it's things it's my perception of things, so it could be wrong, and I don't want to look into it deep enough to start thinking my perception was wrong. That's the other thing. Another reason why I'm kind of stepping away. I like where my mindset is. I like my optimism about things, and I don't want to start digging into stuff to try and eliminate that optimism. And that's something that can be done just about for almost anything. That's the body dysmorphia and stuff like that. You start staring at yourself for too long, you start finding flaws. Well, you start looking at the culture too long, you start finding flaws that you think can't be reversed, and that we're just all dying, basically. So I have seen a marked improvement in just my complete lack of constant anxiety about the socio-political landscape when I'm not consuming that stuff. And it's an interesting thing, because there's the whole thing about the Amish, and how they seem to kind of not suffer the same problems as the rest of society. And no matter what people's opinions are on the Amish, it seems like they do have a lot of things figured out. And for better or for worse, you agree with them or not, they live in their own little world, and they are getting along just fine. And they don't seem affected by anything that's going on outside of their communities. And that's amazing.
I say it all the time that we pretty much live Amish at the house. You take the phone out of there, and we don't have cable. We don't.
It's the way to go. I mean, I almost think that some of the design of like a lot of the stuff is to kind of keep people. I used to have this theory that the constant terror that's driven by like mainstream media, by social media, is a consumerist tool. It is designed to make people think that there's no sense in saving anything. There's no sense in trying to not spend money because everything's going to fall apart in a month or two.
Yeah.
So just go ahead and buy all the alcohol, drink it all, buy all the drugs, consume it all, buy all the toys, have fun with it, buy that crazy car that is, $78,000 and costs you $1,200 a month because you're only going to need to use it for 6 months and everything's going to be destroyed after that. The credit card companies are all going to fail. And there is this kind of this illusion that just use all the credit, spend all the money because everything's collapsing. You're not going to have to worry about debt or not having any cash very soon. And I think that it's designed specifically to convince people to spend their money.
We're pretty close. If we're not in it, we're pretty close to like a renter society.
Oh, yeah.
Where everything is on credit. Everything's a lease. Everything.
Yeah. There was
you can fucking make payments on a T-shirt online right now if you want.
Yeah. No, not only that, DoorDash has financing, that was the wildest thing. When they started doing that, I think it was like a year ago or 2 years ago, people started talking about you can finance a DoorDash, which... You see how much the fees and stuff are. It makes sense. You're spending $50 for one meal for yourself if you go through. I think I've used DoorDash one time. We were in a hotel in Grand Rapids, and it was the most expensive fucking meal, and it was something basic. It was like Longhorn or something like that we ordered. Never again. It's not worth it.
No.
Unless you're making more money than you can do anything with. And time is money.
Yeah.
That's the only way I see it being a thing. But there's other ways that you can manage it. Hire a personal chef if you're going to be spending that much money all the time, which it's what I would do if I was at that point. But yeah. So. Yeah,
it's pretty gnarly, dude.
Yeah.
It's perilous. But I think you're right. I think we're tracking in the right direction for sure. I mean, as long as you can filter out the bullshit. That's what I say. When I say we're kind of Amish at the house, I mean, we just started homeschooling our daughter this year, and it's been the best thing.
That's awesome.
The best thing. Because one of the reasons was, like, we just wanted to delete all this technology, and she's a completely different kid. I mean, she would be in a ball before she'd go to school, and then after school it would take an hour and a half or so for her to just kind of come back to herself, aside from all the behavioral bullshit that you got to deal with at schools these days. The technology was just she was always great about the iPad thing. She would ask though, hey, can I get on the iPad for a little bit? And then to our own fault, we'd be like, 15 minutes or whatever. And then it was just little things like that, and we were like, we got to bring her light back somehow, and we're in a position financially where we can do this. I wish I was able to do it with my older two, but we didn't. But with our youngest, it's been, she's like, today she's spending her whole day out at her grandparents' farm,
Yeah.
And just
that's awesome.
She loves it out there.
Yeah.
It's just little things.
I think that's one thing that's missing from a lot of public education is just the outdoor activities and just getting into the nature and stuff. I mean, our kids again, the amount so just so you understand, when I was younger, I never thought I would make it past 21 years old. I thought I was going to kill myself or like OD or something, get into like hardcore drugs or something, and never thought I would survive past a certain point. I had like a really weird childhood, not like anything necessarily like horrible. There were people who had way worse childhoods than mine. Never wanted to have kids. And whatever it was that happened, I think it was back in 2010 or 11, something like clicked in my head, and it was like, I think I need to have kids. Maybe it's just the biological clock or something, which I think men have too. It's not just a female thing, but there was something that occurred to me, idiocracy. I don't necessarily consider myself a genius, but I think that I do have some level of intelligence that I think is important to kind of pass on, because there is seemingly the phenomenon of like the less intelligent people are, the less concern they seem to have for the future, which ironically also tends to correlate to birth rate. So they tend to have way more kids. In certain environments and communities, having a bunch of kids is important to survival because the kids help with things, and they also kind of like contribute. I think it's like China or Japan. There's a big thing that like you kind of depend on your children once you get past a certain point, because you can't depend on necessarily on like a government retirement or something. So your children take care of you after a certain age. That's something I think it's like massively important. And also,
for sure. And they don't. It's completely different there than here.
Yeah.
I mean, they cherish and put their elderly on a pedestal.
Yeah,
These
there's
are
a
the
lot
wise,
more respect.
Yeah, a lot of respect. And it's like here, it's like, well, we got to get Mima in a home. I can't handle
exactly.
This shit,
There's this weird thing. I think culturally we're starting to see a little bit of a shift here too. But so I have a weird mindset with it in the sense that I don't think I will care if our kids have to stay in our house for a while, especially with the way the economy is going. We're not at a point right now where, like, I remember I was able to move out and find an apartment in Tampa for a couple of years before going into the Air Force. And after going to the Air Force, I was able to get an apartment there.
Easy. Me too.
Yeah,
Same shit.
Super simple.
Yeah.
Nowadays, I mean, it's still feasible to get an apartment. Like you said, rents are society. But things like security deposits and stuff are getting higher and higher. $700 deposit first month and last month's rent and all this stuff like that in advance. And so just to get an apartment, you need
got to have
$4,000.
Thousands of dollars just to get in.
So you want a house. It's a little bit of a different story, obviously. You need to be able to get a mortgage down payment and stuff if you don't have like a VA loan potential. So knowing all that and the way that things are going, if things don't kind of shift and correct, there's a high likelihood that none of our kids are going to be able to go out and even rent an apartment. So I would much rather them stay in our house and not necessarily live off of us, but like we're kind of like a crutch for them to kind of lean on for a little while until they know they can get out on their own. I grew up in a house that was like, you're 18, get the fuck out. Like, gone, go. You're no longer a burden to me. Just go. And so where I'm at now, like with what the kids are doing, like I do not want to put that same stress on them, because I want them to kind of know that like they can, lean on us if they need to, and not necessarily that we're going to go completely bankrupt trying to like keep them from, they have to have smart minds and be doing things financially intelligent, but dude, my brain,
we're in the same mindset though. We're the same way at our house. It's like, hey, listen, you can, it's nothing's gonna change. Mm-hmm. You stay here as long as you need to stay here. This is what time we're having dinner.
Well, this the homeschooling
don't
thing.
Fucking be here sleeping until 1 o'clock in the afternoon and not doing shit.
Yeah, you have to actually be trying to work on a future
school, job. Yeah, let's stay motivated here.
So, so the homeschooling thing is something that we've been trying to kind of consider. They currently go to Trinity Lutheran.
Yeah,
it's been an awesome experience there. Again, my wife did a lot to help them. Anybody watching, living in the community, highly advise putting your kids at Trinity. Fantastic school. We have been putting in a lot of effort to kind of rebuild them from where they are. Not just us. There's like everyone that was kind of...
You can tell. The advertising for it. They really put the pedal to the metal, especially after the Catholic school shut down.
Yeah. I've done a lot of the promo work for them, making some of their videos and stuff. So it's worked out well. Fantastic school. The teachers there, we have like a really good connection with all the teachers and stuff, and the kids have really thrived there. On top of that, my wife's uncle used to be a teacher. Everyone, a large percentage of your local viewers probably know who he is, Eric Solberg. So he was a teacher in Manistee for a long time.
He was my teacher.
Was he really? That's awesome. So that's exactly what I'm talking about. So he babysits them from time to time, and it's like they're at school in an educational environment virtually when they're with him. So he goes through the woods with them and like is having them explore things and stuff. So it's something I feel like just that kind of exposure is important for kids to have, and I don't think it's necessarily something that kids are getting from regular public schools. And the other thing about a lot of like modern public schools is it seems almost like this was something that was starting to happen when I was in school. And Adam Carolla used to talk about it all the time.
I'm a fan of Adam Carolla.
Dude, he was the bomb. He was what I wanted to be a talk show radio host, listening to him on Loveline back in the day, him and Dr. Drew, and listening to him fart on the episode constantly. There was an episode he was trying to find out, how can I make myself fart more, and he starts swallowing air because Dr. Drew told him just swallow air. Whole episode he's just farting, and like they're both complaining about like how bad it smells in the area, and they couldn't even like almost do the episode because Adam Carolla was just dying. Anyways, he was like a big inspiration for me to want to do something that I just never followed through on, which was to just start a podcast. That's why I love participating in this, because it makes me feel like I'm involved in it in some way.
You definitely are today.
That's for sure, 100%. So so he used to have this theory about why a lot of public schools are failing the way that they are, why a lot of the education in these places is starting to kind of crumble. And he said it's because a lot of times the administration and the faculty are doing everything they can to eliminate thought and logic from their jobs. They don't want to have to use discretion to determine, like, let's say, disciplinary policy. So when I was in school, there was an instance where I was jumped on the school bus. Didn't provoke this kid whatsoever. I was trying to get around him. He was standing in the entrance to the bus. And I was like, oh, excuse me. I go around him because he was just standing there for like 5 minutes. Nobody in front of him. And he turns around as I'm trying to scoot by, throws me out the door of the bus, jumps on my back, starts punching me in the back of the head. I remember it like it was like yesterday. It's crazy because I was like probably 16 at the time. It's like one of my core memories. Bus driver jumps up, pulls him off of me, and like 2 or 3 other people come over and they're helping get him off of me. And they're like, are you okay? And like the bus driver's like, I saw everything that happened and the camera shows that you didn't do anything to this kid. They send us up to the front office and we both get suspended. I didn't do anything to this kid. Didn't say a word to him other than excuse me. Like when I was walking by, they suspend both of us. Why would they do that? Well, if they have like a zero tolerance policy, the only reason you have a zero tolerance policy for things like this is because you don't want to use discretion. You don't want to have to investigate. You don't want to have to find out what the facts were. You just want to say, well, if anyone's going to fight, everyone's going to suffer. And, the military has a similar thing, but it's not because that. It's because it's like a fraternal camaraderie that they're building. Yeah. They want you to function as a unit. If you've got one person holding everyone back, they punish him for a little bit, and then if it's still not working, they say, all right, we're going to punish your flight. And your flight's going to get you in order. Yeah. And so there's something along those, but that's not the way that public school works. Public school is, if somebody hurts you, we have to punish both of you because we don't know who did the first thing. And this is why things like bullying are impossible to really eliminate, because I've seen it a number of times. It shows up in TV shows, someone's being bullied and they finally fight back, and the only thing you see is the kid fighting back, and it looks like the kid that was being bullied is the bully, and so this kid gets punished. So I get it, like they're trying to eliminate making the wrong person suffer. We're going to make both people suffer then, but this has expanded to a point. Dude. It's gotten so rough that like an entire classroom has to suffer because like one kid is acting out. Throwing a chair thing, and that's local politics, what's going on, and like things like this happen, and the school doesn't want to like legitimately investigate and determine what the
they need to fucking fix it. I mean, that's the truth. That's the absolute truth of the matter. And I think that teachers agree. Yeah. Like, yo, what the hell?
And a lot of their hands are tied right now. Right. They can't make the right decisions because they know that if they try to intervene, they're going to suffer. Right. They could lose their job. They could go to jail. I mean, like, all because it's like I'm trying to stop other kids from getting hurt. And there's a lot of things going on now, which I don't know if necessarily it was better in the 50s. My dad would argue that it was when he was growing up.
The 80s and 90s.
80s and 90s.
They were way better. I mean, parents parented. And now I think it's more like, little...
People settled their beef, seemingly personally. They would just, let's handle this right now. All that stuff seems to have gone away. And with social media, like we're talking about, and this is something that terrifies me, is the online bullying thing. Like, and it's something that, like, I think it exists in a way that is, like, very subtle and sinister in the background that I think kids don't even realize they're doing it when they're doing it.
Yeah.
I think that it's something that they start off doing things as a joke. I remember being a kid doing something wrong and it getting a certain kind of attention and thinking, well, I'm going to double down and keep doing it.
Yeah.
Because it's like it's triggering a response. And you grow out of that stuff. But when you're a kid and you see that like it triggers a response, if I comment this on somebody's thing and they say something back, you know, oh, I'm going to do it again. This is why you have so many people flaming celebrities on Facebook and Twitter, because eventually that celebrity says something back. And that little piece of engagement gives like a high to the person that like insulted them. So whether they meant that insult or not, they got that engagement. And they're like, okay, I got to keep doing this. That felt great. This guy is like known by hundreds of thousands of people, and he just commented back, you know, to me. And there's also like a parasocial element to that too. So, but either way, like the school thing, I want to homeschool because I feel like there's so much more that kids can gain from that. You know, we've got 3 kids, so all 3 kids being homeschooled at the same time might be a little bit of a struggle.
I got a friend of mine who's got 5, and he's done homeschooling the whole time. His wife was homeschooled when she was younger, so they kind of had a leg up on it. We really didn't know how to tackle it. It's crazy that all of a sudden you find people that are homeschooled now, like all over the community.
It's grown a lot.
There's millions of people that homeschool now, even versus like a decade or so ago, and it was a lot less. It's because of shit like this. But like if you, just for the brass tacks of the whole thing, if you look at when school starts and when school finishes, how long that takes, it's a whole day, right? So like my daughter would have to get up at 6:30 in the morning to get ready to get on the bus, or we would drop her off. But school, you know, you're allowed to go in at like 7:50 or whatever. So she's got about an hour to wake up, get something to eat, get ready for the day, go to school. And then when you think about, like, she's 10 now, so all of the curriculum that they're going through in this full day, like they're not done till 3 o'clock. It's all chopped up. It's like, we've got to hurry up and do this. And then the teacher has to navigate all the bullshit that's happening in the class. You know, you got 9-10-year-old kids. They got all kinds of emotions going on. So what I'm getting at is there's a lot that's going on, and a lot of it's not teaching, it's correcting. And then the next subject, and then it takes all day, and you got to sprinkle in one recess now, which is fucking crazy, and then lunch, and everything's in a hurry. Like my daughter always said, like, I never took my jacket off because, you know, we didn't have time to finish eating, and then we had to go outside quick and then come back. So bring that all in. There's massive amounts of curriculum that you can get as a homeschool parent, and we dialed in on one particular one, but it's like, all right, so we do the whole, and we're pacing the whole thing out. We know when it's going to be over. It's going to be over about the time summer comes, right? Literally, dude, my daughter gets out of bed. If it's a really good morning, she's out of bed by 7:45. Usually she's just like, I don't want to get out of bed. And it's like 8:15. She finally gets out. This is the morning. She gets out. You know, we do our morning prayers. We do a little jump around thing to kind of get the body moving. I'm doing it with her. And then she does this thing where she reads with my wife for a little bit in the morning. They just do a series of, like, a book they're on, Where the Red Fern Grows.
Oh, yeah.
We're giving her childhood trauma right away.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, so then we've already had breakfast. We've already done that. And Betsy does a week-long, like, curriculum for the week. Like, this is what we're going to do every single day. School is fucking done by lunchtime.
Nice.
Done. Right? And in that time, she also takes breaks and goes and reads or does some art or whatever. But it's like, all right, so we finished math. You want to take 15, 20 minutes to go do something? Go ahead. And it's done.
Yeah.
And now my daughter just got into cross-country skiing. So Betsy and her are cross-country skiing all the time. Or they're going on, there's a homeschool group, and once a week they do a hike somewhere together. And it's just a hike. There's no teaching involved, you know? She's going, like I said today, she's going to the farm. She's not missing anything, right? She's not missing a thing. We're getting all the schoolwork done, and she gets to be a kid.
Yeah. That's the thing that's massive.
Yo.
It's like a lot of kids are missing out on being a kid nowadays. So, what was the other thing that's really cool? And I don't know if Manistee does it, because I know that there was a topic recently they were talking about possibly either implementing it or extending it or opening it up. I can't remember exactly what it was. Something about allowing the homeschooled kids to participate in the high school athletics.
God, that'd be rad.
Yeah.
Right now, if she got to high school age and wanted to participate, she'd have to take like 50% of her classes at the school.
That might be what it was.
Which
I think if you're a full-time homeschool kid, you can't do it or something. Is that what it is? Yeah, so, which that's rough. Some would argue that exposure is important. I don't think it is.
No, there's other things. Like we do a lot of mountain biking together. She's in a mountain bike group in the summertime. It's really intensive. I've done podcasts about that. It's really great. So she's doing that. She's doing the cross-country skiing thing now. And Mary's now, she's not like driven to go play organized sports, but there are other kids that I'm sure do. So it's kind of that barrier to be like, well, I have to go to school, but I'm in school at home, but I can't play soccer, I can't play football or whatever. That's kind of shitty, and then they get their talents back in, and then you're back in school.
Yeah.
But so that aspect is a little rough. Like if she really wanted to play volleyball or basketball or something, she'd have to go. But also, I've got a really strong feeling that she's going to be taking a lot of college classes by the time she's 16.
Yeah.
So that was the other reason why we took her out.
Because she's degree before she's even out.
I mean, she's even though they've taken like the gifted classes away, which is another.
Did they do that for real?
Yeah, basically, you don't go like when we were growing up. I wasn't in gifted classes because I'm a caveman.
I had
one
AP class, and that was it.
But Betsy was in all gifted classes, and it's because
she's a woman.
She's super well. That too. She's super.
They tend to always tend to excel in the public school environments.
But for Mary, she was getting bored at school because it's just kind of flying through everything, and the teacher would, they would all reinforce the fact that like she's like way above. Everybody else, and it's like, okay, well, if she is, then we're going to take her out. We got to do this ourselves, and that's just a humble brag, I guess. But anyways, she's definitely she's going to be, she's surpassing the curve. So
if from what I understand, there's some things about Trinity. They're possibly going to start adding grades. They're talking about,
which would be clutch.
They're very good. Yeah, especially, if it works out, there's a possibility that our kid can remain there up until he has to be in high school, and then we can make the decision then. Do we homeschool now? Do we continue to do we just put him in public school at that point? If we can avoid the public school, we can. I don't know enough about MAPS. I see complaints. I see people that also support it. I don't want to talk shit about MAPS because I'm connected to the schools in a lot of ways.
I am too. I'm still connected
and
to
so
them.
I do know a lot of people that are really good people that work within MAPS. I don't necessarily think that MAPS is completely garbage. I
like a Christian education though too. Like we had our youngest at MCC. MCC had its own problems. It was just we could since I was a kid.
There's downsides to almost every single one of these.
It's been a failing school since I was a little kid.
And
MCC
or MAPS?
MCC.
Yeah.
And then when they shut down, there was a moment where we were like, well, maybe we'll send her to Trinity, and we ended up putting her in MAPS and blah blah blah. Anyways, here we are with homeschooling, and it's been amazing. My hope is that she wants to stay homeschooling, but it's ultimately going to be her choice. If she gets older and she's like, hey, I want to go experience high school.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell her no.
She's the same age as Eli. I just realized. 10, you said?
10.
Yeah. Okay. So that's funny that they're the same age. So they could have been in the same class together at Trinity. That would have been funny. I think we're probably going to shift to that if they don't give us the extra grades, like for I think 6th grade next. I think they were contemplating going up to 8th at some point, and it's still just being discussed. It's something that they don't know fully. I think we're just going to go homeschool after that. It's something I've been wanting for a while. Probably be cheaper too. Tuition's not cheap at Trinity. It's worth it, but it's I think we paid altogether for all the kids. It was $7,000 or $8,000 for all 3.
Yeah,
which isn't bad in the grand scheme. I'm sure MCC was probably way more than that, or was probably supposed to be. But obviously,
and then they did a lot of shit
paying.
with a lot of people weren't paying, and then they were trying to do scholarships and stuff. Anyways, I don't know the full ins and out, but a lot. The more that we're homeschooling, the more you'll hear and see. Even if you follow anything online with it, it's if you're if you're thinking about homeschooling, you should homeschool.
Yeah.
Now, economically, it's not feasible for a lot of people. I get it. You're taking something like Betsy's pretty much not working. I mean, she's a CPA, and she's doing some temp stuff right now, and she's told her firm that, hey, I'll come back during tax season and help, but it's still going to be at a reduced level. And our schedules are pretty fluid, so one of us is going to be home, or like I said, Mary can go to the farm. But anyways, I digress.
Yeah.
But a long loop around, dude. We need to talk about
bloods.
Yeah.
We need to talk about the
you want
drugs.
another DC? Are you good?
What's that? I'm good. I have my water. I'll just.
So you touched on in the beginning of the stuff that you were taking, and if I remember correctly, during our first podcast, I was like, dude, you should have got your blood work done first. And you've had your blood work done since.
Yes.
And so, what are you did your blood work, and then what are you on or currently taking?
Currently, I'm doing MK-677, Enclomiphene, and Tadalafil with a couple of vitamins, NMN, which is like a nicotinamide, what do you call it, precursor. It's arguable that it doesn't really work well when you take it orally, but there are some things I do, like sublingual. It's like one capsule, open it up, put it underneath my tongue. What was it?
I just put a Zen in.
Yeah. Well, so it's not nicotine. It's like you know about it. Like Rogan does like the actual like intravenous nicotinamide therapies or NAD therapies, which is related to that. So lengthens your telomeres, which is supposed to like increase longevity and all this stuff like that. So it's the NMN thing, I think, has had a profound impact. I can almost feel it in terms of my mental capacity. As well as like creatine, I do like super doses of creatine too.
So
like
what's your super dose? 15 to 20.
15 to 20
so I'm up to about 15 now. 15 I've been taking about 15 grams every morning.
Do you get diarrhea?
Well, no. See, here's the thing. I've been hammering electrolytes for like
that is massive. Creatine needs like some sort of a binder almost to help it be taken up into the muscles and into the brain.
First thing I do is about 12 ounces of electrolytes in the morning. First thing, I get up, I have it in the fridge, chug it, and then coffee, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then before I go to the gym is usually when I dose up. But I was like most people, 5 grams of creatine, and then this past year, it's
when all the studies were coming out. Like
you could take
monster
more,
doses,
you could take more. So I bumped that to 10, and then bumped it to 15 like 4 months ago. But I gradually did it, and I never got like that where you're like, oh, I just shit my pants because you can't hold it.
I was getting there. It's pretty rough. So I was also doing TMG for a while on top of it, which is great.
What's TMG?
Trimethylglycine, I believe it is. I can't remember the exact thing that it does, but I highly recommend looking into that. Helps with building muscle. It functions similarly. It actually creates like muscle fullness and stuff like that. And they had studies with like chickens, like where I guess these chicken farmers were feeding the chickens a ton of this TMG, and it
I feel like I heard
massively increases muscle mass in the chickens. Problem is, when you take massive doses of TMG, your cholesterol just explodes. So you don't want to mess
already
around.
Exploded.
So you don't want to go above, I believe it's 2.5 to 3 grams a day. You want to stay below that. I think they said 4 grams and up is when they started noticing the negative impacts on cholesterol levels. So blood test for me, just to kind of reiterate. So let me go back a little bit. So, originally, I was taking Enclomiphene, Tadalafil, MK-677. I did a cycle of that in the past. There was something else. I can't remember what it was that I was messing with back then. Shoot. It was the one for fat loss. Kind of irrelevant to the other ones because it was more or less just a metabolic enhancer. But it was a legitimate one. It was one that was being prescribed to people for Alzheimer's, and they discovered that.
I remember you talking about that.
All the people that they were giving it to were losing a ton of weight. So if I could remember, the Testosterone, that's what it was. That stuff's fantastic, not cheap, which is what sucks about it. If you're going to take it for weight loss, be prepared to spend quite a bit. So the big ones, Enclomiphene, Tadalafil, MK-677, and AC262, those ones all tend to mess with things like growth hormone secretion, testosterone, natural testosterone production, and things like that. This is all like, reiterating stuff we've discussed in the past. So I had taken a break from all of it. I had gotten up to a certain point in strength from a cycle of AC262 and Enclomiphene and MK that I had done. I literally broke 300 pounds again on bench in the span of like a month. It was crazy. I went from like 250 on bench to like 3 plates on bench in a month's time. And I gained about 10 pounds in that period of time from this cycle. It was awesome. Very little in the way of side effects, which was like the most incredible thing. MK-677 is the growth hormone secretagogue. I'm reiterating all this to kind of explain what all these things are doing, and to kind of create an understanding of like, well, what the potential drawbacks could have been blood-wise. So finally went and got my bloods done. I had been off of all of it for about a month and a half when my doctor was like, oh, you look great. Like, you've lost a lot of weight. It had been a year. So I had completely physically different person this time around. Did
you tell him what you were on?
Yes, I told her everything. I was like, I'm taking these things. No, I mean, I don't think they're necessarily technically illegal. They're gray market stuff, although I believe, I don't know, you'd have to look into the legalities. I don't want to say too much about it. So like, she was like, oh no, you look great. It seems like, you're at least doing some research to know what the negative drawbacks would be. MK-677, the big downside is that if you take it improperly, you can lead to a temporary form of diabetes, which is not good. No,
it's not good.
It's basically your blood sugar levels will spike and stay up for a prolonged period of time. I believe there was a person who experienced diabetic, ketoacidosis?
Yeah, I got shock.
Yeah, so, and he was doing a similar stack, but I think he was disregarding the advice you have to consume it in a low carb diet. You have to wait 2 hours after your last meal before you take it, and you have to wait another hour to 2 hours before you start eating again. Insulin secretion kind of knocks down the growth hormone secretion. So if you eat it, if you take this pill and then you are like eating candy and stuff right away, it will do nothing for you except screw up your insulin resistance. So your insulin tolerance will go up, so it can mess you up pretty bad there if you're not careful. I set a timer. Like, I'll finish eating, I'll put 3 hours on the timer just to kind of go into it and be like, okay, I haven't had food in 3 hours, I can take this safely. Set another timer for 2 hours, and then once 2 hours goes by, I can go eat a snack. Another downside to MK-677, your appetite can potentially go through the roof. So it's not good necessarily if you're trying to lose weight and you don't know what to look out for. It is good to lose weight if you know to look out for the hunger, if you can disregard the hunger and work through it, because it will put you in a state where your body is specifically burning fat. So you're kind of constantly in lipolysis. As long as you don't eat. It's a great thing to take for fasting, because if you can increase your growth hormone secretion while you're in a fasted state, you will potentially remain primarily burning fat the entire time. And it conserves muscle as well. So that was kind of one of them. I'm still taking that. I go get my bloods. I tell her all the stuff I was on. I was like, I'm really curious to see. I wouldn't be surprised if something comes back, in the red somewhere. And everything comes back, and I swear, virtually perfect across the board. Everything was seemingly like I was in high school still, blood-wise. Blood pressure, cholesterol, triglycerides, insulin response, testosterone levels, everything was good. I think I had taken a break from Enclomiphene for about 3 months prior to this.
Prior to your blood work?
Prior to the blood work.
Okay.
And my testosterone was at like 480 or 470, which isn't bad. We were talking about this before. The idea is you want it 700, 1,000, 1,200, or whatever. Not necessarily super physiological, but like you want it in a position where it's like super high testosterone. 400 is right smack dab or slightly above like the average. I want to say, let me look it up real quick.
So this is where we get into the like, what is okay, what is you need to be on something that elevates your testosterone. You know what I mean? Because it drives me fucking nuts. So
I'm sorry, I'm just looking up what the average testosterone for a 40-year-old male is.
It's gonna say something fucking dumb, like 300 is good.
250 to 900.
Yeah, fuck off.
It's a very large window.
Yeah.
And I almost think that I almost think there's a conspiracy to kind of convince everyone it's perfectly fine to be like in 200 nanograms per deciliter of testosterone. And at that level, you're basically just kind of digesting yourself. You're not doing very good. I think mentally, it's not good for you.
No.
So month and a half off of Enclomiphene, testosterone levels at 400. And the reason why...
What was it when you were on? You don't know.
I never got the bloods while I was on it. But something to consider is that the whole thing about Enclomiphene is that it doesn't suppress natural testosterone production.
Right.
It stimulates more natural testosterone production at the potential cost of, I think it was like luteinizing hormone reduction or natural growth hormone reduction. One of the two. It suppresses one of those, but not like a permanent suppression. The moment you come off of it, that stuff comes back. It's not like taking testosterone where your balls just disappear and you stop producing it the moment you come off of it. So that was one thing that I was like super stoked about. I'm like, holy crap, like I'm pretty much in a green zone for testosterone. 400, I think I took the test middle of the day. And they say it's suggested first thing in the morning, first P. It's when you're going to have your highest test levels. And, TMI for everyone out there, close your ears, still getting erections in the morning, perfectly fine. Like every morning still, which is fantastic. That's a good sign.
That's a sign, yeah.
That's
your
sign. Test levels are pretty much where they need to be. Sex drive is still 100% good to go. No issues with that. And so bloods came back and everything was pretty much perfect. And I was like, that's incredible. I thought I was going to screw something up by taking all this stuff. And, for better or for worse, I'm like, well, I guess I'm going to roll back into doing another cycle of like AC262, and which I did, and rolled back into doing MK again, and which, currently still on it. I just finished an AC262 cycle, primarily focusing on fat burning and stuff, and it's been working fantastic. I'm going to take about a 2-month break from it, and then right before spring break, about 3 weeks before spring break when we go out to vacation in Florida, I'm going to start taking AC262 again, get nice and shredded so we can go to Florida and like walk around without a shirt on. And so it's been working fantastic. I feel like I look better now than I've ever looked, body-wise, body composition. And I'm at a point where so that was the one thing is I got down to 149 pounds. And at that point, that was in super weight loss.
You were also running fast,
riding the bike, yeah. And I was super happy with it. But I'm like 149. I'm getting to a point where I feel like I'm starting to shrivel.
Yeah.
And so I was like, well, I'm going to start putting some weight back on again. That's when I did the MK-677 AC262. Got back up to 158, and it was pretty lean gains too. So it worked out really well. But again, everything seems like I'm pretty much in the clear for all that stuff. I'm going to get bloods done probably in another few months to see kind of where I'm at. I would like to get bloods done while I'm on Enclo. So maybe next time before I go on spring break, I'll get it while I'm still on it.
See, that was the key for me. Like when we talked the first time, I went, I went through Blokes, right? And I actually have an appointment with them tomorrow morning. So we'll get to that here real quick. But my first panel we talked about in the first podcast, and I was all out of whack. Everything was, they do the scale where optimized 100%. You're optimized 100%. I think I landed somewhere in the 60s. There was a bunch of shit that was off, and the only thing they put me on was the only thing they suggested, which, by the way, kudos to them, because they were the doctor that I talked to was like, well, you take this vitamin, we'll help with this. We sell it, but you could just get it over the counter. I'm like, oh, okay. And my test was at 400, a little above 400.
Pre or post all this stuff?
Before all this stuff. And
you were above 1,000 after you were on Enclo for a little while.
Got on 25 milligrams of Enclomiphene, and 6 months later, got another blood draw, and I was 100% optimized, right? And my test was over 1,000.
Yeah.
Felt fucking amazing. And then I don't know why I got another re-up on the prescription, was taking it, and then I was just like, well, maybe I'm just going to stop. So I started weaning myself off of it. I started going every other day, then every third day, and then eventually the prescription ran out. And I'm like, all right, I'm just going to see where I can go with this. And then I got full on into the Ironman training, and it was always in the back of my mind. Like, am I losing my edge? And I could feel myself going back to where I was before. I could just feel it, right? So anyways, Bets and I were talking about getting blood work done again, and she had not done it. So we were like, well, I don't necessarily want her to go through blokes. They have a female, like, section or whatever, but they're really heavily male dominant. So we looked in the Function. You heard of Function Health?
Yeah.
It's weird because it's a huge company. I can't remember the guy. Function Health.
Function Health.
Yeah, I'll send you the link.
Okay.
Anyways, it's 150 biomarkers. It's the same as blokes, a little bit more. It's a lot of a la carte stuff you can get into. You can get into Alzheimer's. You can get additional cancer treatments.
It's like $400 or $600 to get.
$400.
Yeah.
And it's twice a year. So you get 2 blood draws for $400 and all these biomarkers, right?
Yeah.
So I'm
That's
like,
good.
Right, this is goated. And they don't sell you shit. It's just the blood work. So we did it and got my blood work back. And I'm like, holy shit. Like, my test, 300. And that I could feel. Like, originally when I was
How
looking
late in the day when you had
first thing in the morning.
And it was still 300.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And I was like, this is the feeling I had before I went down this path. I'm like, man, I could. So anyways, I did it, and then you've heard of Waste to Wells, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, them fuckers are in Michigan now.
Are they really?
God damn. So I had been, like, looking and talking to their chat bot, like, when are you coming to Michigan? And it just would not give me, you know, like, we're trying to get in all the states, blah, blah, blah. So we went and paid for this Function Health. And, dude, the day that I got my results back, I get an email from Waste to Wells.
We're in
Michigan now. I'm like, son of a bitch. And they won't. So blokes, now I'm having an appointment with them tomorrow because they'll take Function Health's blood work. Like, I just emailed it to them. And they reviewed it, and now I have a consultation tomorrow, and that's where I'm going to be like, hey, give me the goods. I need them back. But Waste to Well won't do that. They're like, no, we're not taking outside blood work. You got to get it through us. And they're like $6.99 or something like that. Which, whatever, but I'm going to...
They're a compounding pharmacy too, aren't they?
Yeah, they do it all.
Yeah, because the guy that owns it, he was on Rogan a little bit ago. It was like a month ago or something like that. He's been on it, and he was talking about...
Brigham.
He was talking about what they do. So, because, like, Blokes is just... You said that they sell certain things, but they're not necessarily a compounding pharmacy, are they? Or
I don't know if they're
kind of
compounding, but they don't have a whole lot of stuff. I mean, they do testosterone replacement therapy. They do, you know, peptides.
So they probably are similar, just maybe on a smaller scale.
Yeah, and they were one of the first ones.
Yeah,
I mean, they've been around a while, but you know. So it's one of those deals. And I still have another set. So what I want to do is get back on Enclomiphene, and then I think in like March is when I have my second blood draw through Function, and then I can really see, all right, did I peak? Is everything getting better? Because even when my cholesterol was a little sketch before, Enclomiphene actually helped. Like, my shit just all of a sudden got better.
I think that there is something to be said about if your body isn't producing testosterone, which testosterone is literally created from cholesterol, then that cholesterol is going somewhere.
Yeah.
So it's just loose, you know, in your body or whatever. I think there's probably something to that. If you're stimulating the testosterone production, it's making use of whatever cholesterol is in your system. There probably is something to that in and of itself. So that would be something to consider. So if you're getting exogenous testosterone, you don't get that same benefit, right. I don't think, because you don't have to convert anything. You're just shooting it right into your body. So,
and honestly, I'm not ready for needles.
Yeah,
I'm just not. And at 300, it's pedestrian as far as I'm concerned. Even if it got me back up to like 700, I know I would feel way better.
Yeah.
Because right now, all I'm doing is just grinding, bro. I'm getting up in the morning and I'm like dreading. But there's just something in me that's like, if I can't skip, I gotta go. Yeah. So I gotta do these things. But
25 milligrams every day is probably a lot.
Yeah, I was just watching something from Peter Attia. I don't know if you know who that is, Dr. Peter Attia.
I'm pretty sure I've seen him before. Yeah. I'm doing 6.25 every other day, which is really low. So for a couple of reasons. One, I can extend it. And they suggest, kind of figuring out what your optimal dosage is, which is hard to really know without doing bloods.
The big suggestion now is every other day.
Yeah.
It's probably best to go every other day.
Previously, I was doing 12.5 every other day. Well, I was doing 12.5 every day to start, and then I dropped back to every other day. There was some reason why I was doing that. I can't remember what it was. I think I started feeling like I was noticing potential gyno, which is something I want to avoid.
It's the
nipples.
estrogen. It's supposed to decrease your estrogen.
Right. Well, so not necessarily decrease it. It convinces your body you have a surplus or an excess of estrogen, and it's like you got to kick up testosterone production to balance this out. There is something about the chemical itself binding to estrogen receptors in certain parts of the body. Certain parts of the body are more receptive to it than others. And so that can be a potential side effect in some people, especially at higher doses. And so when I started noticing it, may not have even necessarily been that, but I was like, I'm going to back off a little bit. I don't want to have like these weird,
titties.
Banana nipples like coming out. Or like there are some it gets so bad they have like secretion, they're actually getting like producing milk or blood or whatever. There was a guy, I can't remember his Togi. There was another one on YouTube who was talking about he was getting gyno really bad and he was literally like leaking from his nipples. That is a point where it's like you have to start rethinking what your priorities are and if what you're doing is a good choice. If your nipples are leaking everywhere, you want to kind of maybe back off whatever it is that's causing that, because that's just not desirable, like unless you're having a baby. But like I'm thinking I'm still kind of on the timeline. I think when I hit 50, I'm going to shift to exogenous testosterone.
That's the conversation I've been having. It's like, you get to 50 and it's like, all right, now you got to. Depends on, like for me, it's like I'm just an absolute. I'm crazy, and I want to keep pushing the needle, right?
Yeah.
I want to keep, or the pedal. I want to keep pushing until I can't push anymore. And people might think that's nuts, but I've got targets I want to hit, and it's not necessarily, speed or time. It's just that I want to be able to do these things. When I'm 50, my goal is to do a full Ironman, and I want to make sure that I can get my body in the peak. It's getting my biomarkers in check.
Yeah, 100%. I have this weird thing about so Enclomiphene, natural production, great. SARMs are something that, for one, I don't suggest anybody mess with them. AC262 is probably of them the safest one, but it's something that's the best one to take if you're going to jump into this stuff. There's stuff like LGD, and then there's another one I can't remember the name of that's also like super intense for a SARM. They are absolute mass gainers. They will get you gigantic in like a month and a half. The problem is they will completely fuck up everything else in your body. Your liver enzymes go through the roof. And if you're not taking them safely, if you're not doing things to kind of counteract the liver toxicity and stuff that they have, you're going to end up in a really bad place. And on top of that, they cause like massive impacts on natural testosterone production. So you will get incredibly high amounts of suppression. So you will lower your testosterone production significantly. Balls will shrink and all that stuff like that if you just take these things by themselves. Even if you're taking Enclomiphene. Enclomiphene will stave it off a bit, but so this is where exogenous testosterone comes in. The moment I start going into doing like if I'm taking 150 milligrams of test a week, the moment I start doing that, I will probably jump into doing, not going to go crazy with them, but I'm going to do them a little bit more because you don't have to worry about suppression then. You have a test base that will not change as long as you're taking the same amount every week. If you're doing that, your testosterone production just completely disappears anyways. It fucks off. You're at that point, there's no turning back. There are reversibilities, like you can potentially come off of it, stay off for a while, and then go back onto Enclomiphene to try and stimulate natural production again. But it's a long road, so it's something that like you really don't want to mess with these things unless you know that you're going to try and fix the production issues. Like there's a number of people. Mike Israetel's one. You probably have heard of him. What's that other guy? He hates Mike Isertel. Coach Greg Doucette. Greg Doucette.
Yeah, Greg. I watched the video with Greg
the
other
hilarious.
day talking about it.
He's the biggest shit talker in the world. But he always rounds it out. He's like, I have a message here that I'm just trying to be a good person. I'm trying to send this good. He talks shit, but then he's like, but this is why I'm saying this stuff. He's going to be on TRT for the rest of his life. He's probably never going to come. He's been cruising on, I think he said 150 milligrams a week since forever. I'm sure he's taken other stuff because steroids are still illegal, I believe federally. So it's not like he wants to come out and admit that because that guy is still a monster, and he's like in his 50s, I think. Yeah. So, and he's not huge like, what's his name? Janicki. He's a bodybuilder. He's not like Sulik or anything like that. But for his age, he is just jacked and absolutely shredded. He's probably sitting at like 8 to 9% body fat, and he's just cruising at 8% body fat all the time, main gaining, as he says.
Yeah.
And sure. I would love to look like that, but I think sub 10% body fat is so unrealistic to try and maintain. As awesome as it might look, it's you have to have so many things in your life that you modify to ensure that you can maintain that. And it's not healthy necessarily to get below 10% for too long anyways. So, but I would love to hit that point. I think I was really close when I was at like 149. I was seeing like veins and stuff in my abs. It was kind of crazy. But like, it was just like an incredible thing to hit, and it was my goal. I don't know if I'll ever get back to that, if I want to get there again, but one of the big things was meal prepping and stuff like that. So if you can set yourself up with stuff to eat, easy to act. I made the point last time about the more convenient you can make something, the easier it is to fit into your habits. The less convenient it is, the easier it is to kind of just forget about it and not do it, and conveniently find excuses to not go back to it. And one of the things with like meal prepping, it sucks because you have one day of work to make the food, and not everyone can do it because everyone's got full-time jobs and stuff. But if you can do it, it is a world-changing thing to kind of get to, because you can have a fridge full of meals that you throw in the microwave for 3 minutes and you just eat it and you're good to go. You hit all your macros and whatever. And then if you kind of keep that mindset of, if I don't eat crap outside of this, I will just lose weight. Yeah. Like it will just start melting off of you. And you can have things to kind of fall back on if you need to, certain types of snacks and stuff like that. But there's also another thing to look at, which is like, instead of looking at it as like daily caloric intake, looking at it on a weekly scale. So if you're looking at 2,000 calories a day for like basic caloric needs for the average person, that's 1,400 calories in a week. Well, if you start looking at it more like 900 or 9,000 calories in a week, or let's say,
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. So if you start looking at more like, I'm only going to eat 9,000 calories in the week, what that does is it gives you like a day where you can eat way more, and then 3 days where you have to kind of maintain on the same diet. It's the cheat day mentality.
So I don't do the cheat days. So since I started, really putting a hard focus on my diet and trying to trim. I mean, a lot of people are like, I want to get to this weight. Mm-hmm. In my mind, I know, I've got this weird, like, I want to be like 180 pounds. Mm-hmm. The best I've ever felt was when I was in that 180 range. That's about 20 pounds from now. Mm-hmm. Like I said, I lost like 16 pounds since I started this in the beginning of October. So I know it's attainable. And I don't want to be... It's weird, too, though, because like some days it's like I want to be fucking jacked. Mm-hmm. And then some days I just want to be lean because I'm doing this endurance thing. And I ran past a guy at the Ironman that looked like the shredded version of Sam Sulik.
Yeah.
He was fucking dying.
His stage ready.
Yeah. I mean, he was jacked, mm-hmm. but he was also dying, carrying all that weight too. Mm-hmm. So I don't want to be there. But anyways, I track my calories daily. I don't meal prep, mm-hmm. but also what we buy to eat at the house is what we eat. Mm-hmm. We don't have snacks. There's nothing laying around. There's no fucking trail mix. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And I have a scale. So like if I'm really like, how much is that really? I just scale it really quick and then put it in my app, and I'm like, all right. So I make sure I hit, and then I'm done. And I've gotten to a point where it's more like it's part of the routine. I don't even get like, I'm not sitting around going, man, I'm hungry. Like I'm fasted right now.
Yeah,
I haven't ate since 6 last night, and not on purpose. Betsy I usually eat 3 eggs and half an avocado in the morning, and she's like, do you want me to make you eggs? And I was in a hurry to get here. This morning was a mess. I was waiting for my good friend is our environmental waste engineer, our garbage guy. I was waiting for him because I had a gift card for him for Christmas, and he was a little bit later than normal, and I couldn't get to the gym anyways. So I just said, no, I'm not going to eat today. And I'm not even hungry. It's kind of like, it's just part of the whole thing. So I just kind of track it. And I lost a ton of weight back in the day doing this exact thing. So I know it works. I just want to be like, am I at the, I'll never know if I'm at the right weight either. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to do these endurance sports, and I'm like, all right, like what is really like the right weight to do it and to have less of a negative impact on my body when I'm done. That's what I want.
So I went into all of this kind of having a very specific weight that I wanted to hit, which was 155. I wanted to get to 155. At the time, I was at like 178, which is the heaviest I'd ever been. I'm 5'4", very small person height-wise. My wife is 2 inches taller than me, so which is really funny. So, anyways, I was at like 178, and I felt like a fat bastard. And
I'm
like
5'4", dude.
Yeah,
I mean,
like
it's
the
all
weight,
relative.
the weight kind of like, it carries. You could see it, and it was one of these things where I like look at myself in the shower every day, and it's a slow creeping thing until one day you're like, what the hell happened to me? And then I'm like, okay, I can't keep doing this, and so the gut was something that had to go away. That was, and I hate to be repetitive, but like what I found, the biggest benefit to losing the weight wasn't the aesthetics. It was being able to like tie my shoes and not feel like I was going to pass out. Which you think, oh, you're only 178. Are you kidding me? That's like below the national average at this point. But bending over to tie your shoes, or like bending over to like put snowboard bindings on and stuff like that, and you're like,
yeah.
because like you can't breathe around your gut, like because your gut is like pushing into your diaphragm, and you're like trying to breathe in, but there's no space to breathe in. Is the most uncomfortable, obnoxious feeling in the world, and it's just, that's the immediate sign for me and my body to be like, you are unhealthy. Like you're not supposed to feel like this just from bending over. So that was kind of like where I went to like, I'm coming down to 155 again. I'm gonna try and make it a lean 155, and I did pretty good at that. Overshot it. Hit 149, and I will say I felt so nimble at like 149, dude. It was crazy. I felt like I could do like parkour and stuff, because like that's a whole 20 pounds less than I was weighing before, almost, maybe more. No, it was like 149. Yeah, it was like almost 30 pounds that I was down from what my previous weight was. So running around with 30 less pounds on your body is the most insane feeling, and I lost it so rapidly that it literally felt like everything was effortless for a solid period of time, until my body readjusted and was like, okay, we're 155 now. Let's cut back on everything else, and now you can start getting tired again at 155. So it's like your body does adjust. There is a period of time though where it's like it feels amazing, but there is like things like mobility. It's insane. Like, we take it for granted.
Sure.
You don't realize how amazing it is to be able to scratch your own back and like reach certain parts of your back until you can't do it anymore. And that was where like a lot of the weightlifting and bodybuilding stuff, when I was getting really deep into it, like before COVID, and it was the first time I hit like 315 on bench. Like, I felt really strong. It felt amazing, but like I could feel that, like, scratching my shoulder, you're just reaching across to get my shoulder was becoming a task in like flexibility. It was like, I just can't do these things anymore because, and something that isn't talked about enough, I think, is that, for the people that are obsessed with just getting big, you do suffer the same problems that morbidly obese people suffer, like apnea and stuff like that. That's not something that only exists for morbidly obese people. That shows up when you're a monster. I'm pretty sure Sam Sulek will eventually need a CPAP machine.
Oh, he sleeps with his mouth open for sure.
Yeah, yeah. You know, people like him, Larry Wheels, I think his name is. That's the guy I was trying to remember before. He's going to probably need a CPAP machine if he doesn't already use one. You know, they're all going to kind of end up, hopefully not in the same boat, but they could potentially end up in the same boat as, oh crap, what's his name? He's dead now.
You're talking about that big fuck.
Yeah, I can't remember his name. He was he's incredible to watch. He's very motivational, but you know, it's insane to think like so the problem with all these things, you do anything that increases, you know, muscle mass, you know, production, every part of your body will be affected by it, and your heart can only get so big before it has no space to move anymore. And much like, you know, like we were talking about bending over to tie your shoes and you can't breathe. Well, when you weigh 400 pounds and you're like, you know, 10% body fat and your body's pure muscle, every muscle in your body has been, what's the word? Hypertrophy. Every muscle in your body has been experiencing hypertrophy that entire time. So your heart, being a muscle, has grown as well. And I think that was kind of what he died from, more or less, was heart failure, heart disease or something. They said his heart was just like ridiculously big, I guess, after the autopsy. That guy, he died for science, if anybody did, because like it's crazy to see what he did to his body. And like I think he was like in his late 30s or something like that when he died. But he was taking every single drug known to man. Yeah. He said he was pinning
it was
2 IUs of oh crap 5%.
Yeah.
One day you may. Oh my God. Rich Piana.
So there
you
go.
So Rich
he
Piana
was fucking wild, dude. Some of those videos that his wife, his girlfriend was taking towards the end when he was just kind of like, you know, out of it because he was just pumping himself with all kinds of shit, bro.
Yeah. He was doing the big thing, I think, that really probably did him in. He was doing so much growth hormone, like exogenous growth hormone. I believe he said he was doing an experiment where he was taking 2 IUs of GH every 2 hours in a day. And he said he gained so much mass from that. He said it was like within a week he could see a significant difference, like 14 pounds or something like that. So 2 IUs every 2 hours of growth hormone is absurd. That's like retarded levels of growth hormone. So you do have issues with insulin sensitivity and stuff, even with exogenous growth hormone. So like all these things, you know, he's just throwing caution to the wind completely. Yeah. Clearly, you know, he's dead, you know, from this type of stuff. So, but that guy achieved something that 99.9% of humans will never achieve, which is he just became a ball of meat.
Yeah,
and
he's bigger than the mountain from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, and that was his goal. Like he was just trying to become a gigantic bicep. Like he just wanted to walk around like. If you look at his like physique, his chest was so weird.
Yeah, his whole body looked weird.
Yeah, he had like boobs almost. It was like crazy, and it was almost like a solid.
Well, and his like stomach was like out.
Yeah, distended.
Everything just kind of he just looked like a.
All that GH, you're gonna get intestinal growth and stuff like that, and that's what contributed probably to his abdominals like just being massive. You know, that's. They call it the GH gut or whatever, and that's from like the IGF-1 and growth hormone increases cause a massive amount of like intestinal growth, and that stuff's got to go somewhere, so it just goes out, and that's why you see bodybuilders, they're like 6% body fat on stage, and they still have just huge guts. That was like the what the hell was it? What was his name? Yeah, buddy. Lightweight.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh. His stuff. He came about in that era of everyone taking growth hormone, and they all started showing this just bubble guts. And so that was, I think, when bodybuilding took kind of a turn for the worst. I think we're getting away from that. We're not seeing it as much. I'm pretty sure Sulik is doing something along those lines. He's definitely taking trend for sure.
Yeah.
He's had the cough in a lot of his like videos and stuff.
Trend cough.
Yeah, trend cough. So he's definitely taking that kind of stuff. You know, and it's sad because Sulik seems like he's a pretty cool guy. I'm gonna hate to see him die, and I feel like he's gonna die. Like,
he seems like one of those guys that's super intelligent about it.
Yeah,
it's weird to say when you're putting all this shit in your body, but he seems like he knows when and when not to, and when to go on and when to come off.
I think he's working off of decades and decades and decades of like data that, you know, he's looking at all this stuff. Like, what were these people taking? What problems did they have? What should I avoid? I don't doubt. And he's got trainers specifically telling him how far to go and where to kind of come back from. Like, don't go beyond this point, you know, and it's working out really well for him. The guy looks just monstrous. You know, his biggest issue, I think, back early on was all the acne he had all over his body, and he was taking Accutane for a while. It seemed to make it all just disappear.
Yeah,
I don't think he's even taking
talked about that. Yeah.
So but yeah, I have not experimented with exogenous testosterone at all, nor have I experimented with any sort of like intramuscular steroids or anything yet. The day that I get on TRT, I'm probably going to start doing stupid stuff with like, you know, like not necessarily stupid. I'm going to look into the data. I'm going to make sure I'm not doing anything crazy. But I am going to want to like take full advantage of having an exogenous source of testosterone that I don't have to worry about suppression, which is where like the SARMs come in, because SARMs increase your androgenic like receptivity in general and like a lot of the muscle tissues. And if that happens, it just makes it easier for them to grow. But again, the more receptive they are to androgens, like the less your body needs to produce, and that's what causes the suppression. So, if you're doing something like enclomiphene, that only benefits you for so long before you know the suppression overpowers the enclomiphene, and then you're in a really bad situation because it's going to be a longer road to get back to normal. So AC262 is one that can cause it. It's the lightest one as far as like the suppression, and I find that I think I took a 2-month break from it and then started it again, and I love it. It's great. I don't feel, there was like 1 or 2 days where I'm like in the car and I'm getting pissed at other drivers and stuff, but like it was never something where I felt like I was going to get out of the car and like pull someone out of their vehicle and start screaming at them or anything. You know, I could maintain the thought process. I'm like, you're overreacting probably because of what you're taking, so just chill the fuck out. Like, just, and you know, I could tell myself that, and it never seemed like it was going to get, you know, anything crazy. There are some people, I can't remember, that one bodybuilder is really famous. I think he killed his wife, because he was taking all sorts of stuff. There was videos, I guess, of him abusing her, and it was just like, how do you think that it's worth it at that point? Not. When you're past that point, like you're killing people, or you're like hurting people, or you're screaming at people all the time. Like, why do you think it's worth it to continue down this road? You know, like that I don't. I mean, other than obviously there is a very significant positive effect on your mindset. Well, arguably positive. You feel almost high in terms of like your self-image. You just feel great about yourself. You feel like you can't do anything wrong. Like you've got the ticket to get everything you need, you know, when your testosterone levels are high. So it's something I can see that being like you can't even see things clearly because you're almost intoxicated by the testosterone.
Dude, I remember when the shit kicked in.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember the day I came home from the gym and I was just fucking smiling. And,
it feels great, dude.
Yeah,
immediate
like,
feedback. It's
holy
like
shit. This is what this is what you're supposed to feel like.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like chasing anything. You know what I mean? It's just like, oh, finally, I feel like this is the way you're supposed to feel.
Yeah. Like you've been operating at like 70% of your life, and you're finally seeing that potential, you know, come to fruition. So it's there's again, 50 years old, TRT. I'm gonna be one of those weird people that like, that guy's 50, you know, like he looks ridiculous. If I survive it, who knows? Maybe something like I'm taking right now kills me or something beforehand. Everything seems fine. Blood test came back good, but anything can happen between now and then. So hopefully
it's like some of these younger dudes that are getting on TRT. It's like
that is crazy.
And I don't mean like, the dudes that are in their 20s, like you're just being stupid. But like I know guys that are in their early 40s that probably could have benefited more from enclomiphene than going straight to TRT.
Yeah.
And so I'm constantly questioning that motivation with myself. Like, before I start injecting, what can I do to lift my test before it's gone forever?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I've got a really good friend of mine who's a little bit younger than me. I'm 47, so he's like probably 41 now, 42, and has been on TRT for a couple of years, and his test was down around like 300, just below 400 or whatever. But that's an opportunity, I think, where you just go on Enclomiphene and give yourself the up. And now he's just, there's no turning back. So for the next, depending on how active and how like in you want to be, you're, putting that needle in until you're 60 or 70. For me, I'm the kind of guy that's like you.
Yeah.
Where like when I hit 60, there fucking better be something to keep me going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, by then I may even be trying to do like therapeutic doses of exogenous growth hormone or something at that point, because growth hormone is incredible for your body in general, skin health, hair health, everything, vision, everything. It's really good for all that stuff. And your body really stops producing it by our age, you know? So that's why the MK stuff, I think, improves a lot. Like I feel some of the weight you gain in MK, well, most of the weight you gain on MK is water. So it's water retention in the muscles. You're on it long enough. If you retain that water long enough in the muscles, from what I understand, it translates more or less to increased muscle cellular growth, which does remain, but you don't necessarily keep that mass when you come off of it. You'll be bigger after you've been on it for a long time and you come off of it. Even though you lose that water weight, you're bigger than when you started, but you're not like you are when you're on it. It's also not something to stay on forever.
Yeah.
Because the longer you are on it, the higher risk you get to like lowered what do you call it? Lower insulin lower insulin. Oh my God, my brain. Lower insulin sensitivity. So like the longer you remain, the higher risk of like potentially either short-term diabetes, or at this age, it's probably going to be long-term once you break past that threshold and you hurt your pancreas enough.
Yeah.
So it's been good, and I think I'll probably take another break from it and then do another cycle of it, possibly, depending on what the next test results look like. But yeah, that has been my like go-to cycle: Enclomiphene, AC262, and MK-677. And the Enclomiphene, just cruising on it the entire time. And just to kind of like go back to the test results of my shock, I was on Enclomiphene for like a year straight, like either taking it every other day or taking it every day for a period of time, whatever, on a year straight. And I'm thinking, surely this screwed something up. Surely I'm going to go in and find out that there's something wrong. And everything was good to go.
I mean, all the data is saying that doesn't fuck with anything.
Yeah, it's pretty harmless, pretty safe to take from everything I've looked into. Obviously, your dosage, varies, but yeah. But yeah.
Do you do anything with BPC 157?
Not yet. So I was going to do something with CJC. That's like ipamorelin, I think it's called. It's another growth hormone secretagogue, but it doesn't cause the hunger that MK does. Needs to be injected subcutaneously into the fat of like the stomach, or there's other places you can do it. I could not bring myself to injecting it. I mixed the, bacteriostatic water, whatever it's called, with it, and have everything set up the way it was supposed to go. Used the insulin needles and everything like that. Got it all set up, put it in there, went to, and it literally was like Jim Carrey from Liar Liar trying to like call the pen blue or red or whatever it was, and he couldn't do it, and I'm like. I'm like literally trying to like get myself to put the needle in my skin, and I couldn't do it. Like mentally I was blocked. And I'm like, sure, this could be more evidence of the Matrix or something. I'm like programmed not to penetrate my own skin or something. Yeah. So, but I literally fought with myself for 20 minutes, and then I'm like, I was so mad, I almost threw that thing across the room. I was just so pissed. So that went to waste.
Yeah. Well, like with the BPC, they talk about like, so I have like some shoulder pain I'm still kind of dealing with or whatever, and they're talking about you can actually just you should inject it to where the pain is, and I'm like. I was thinking about it, like how can I get some, and then I just Googled online. That fucking Walmart and Target sell a pill form.
Yeah, oral,
but not at the stores. You can only buy it online.
Oh yeah.
Because
yeah,
it's not legal.
That's hilarious that they would have that. Yeah,
I pulled it up and I'm like, that's fucking nuts. I didn't buy it.
I have some sources if you want to like look into it. I won't mention it on here because it's like, for one, I don't want to get them. They won't get shut down, but they're reliable.
That's the thing with a lot of those places. It's like when they say shit like it's for
research
only,
yeah.
blah, blah,
not
blah.
for human consumption.
And then they mail it to you at your door.
I'm performing experiments, so it is for research purposes. I literally am seeing what it can do. So it's like, but yeah, no, there's a couple sources I have that are dependable. It's not too expensive relative to other things, the BPC, and it's like the TB500 BPC 157 mix is like what you want. There's different sizes, obviously, for however long you want to use it. And there's also like you got to look into the methods of like how to mix everything and how long it stays good in the fridge. And but if you do decide you want to try and do it, like these are places you can go to try and get it. They're reliable sources, like I said. And they're not too expensive.
That's like a waste to well. You can get it from them.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, all that. So as soon as I get this next blood work done, I'm switching everything over.
And you know they're legit through them for sure. So
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, because they're making it.
Yeah. Yeah. So. And it's kind of weird. There's some things happening right now. I guess legally, I heard there was something possibly going to happen, like where they're going to more or less ban these compounding.
They want to fuck everybody. So they want to basically say, you can't do what you're... Stop doing what you're doing. Mm-hmm. The government, we're here to help.
Yeah, and we'll these big pharmaceutical companies, like we're going to make sure that they're safe to keep doing this stuff.
Yeah.
But these compounding pharmacies not going to let you... It's literally collusion with the pharmaceutical corporations is what it is. So, because a lot of these compounding pharmacies are making generic versions of drugs that the big pharmacies, like Tadalafil is off-brand Cialis. It's what Cialis is. It's just a generic form of it. Well, all these companies are making Tadalafil. It's apparently an incredibly easy drug to make, and they sell it pretty cheap. You get like a month's supply from a compounding pharmacy for like $30, $35. My prescription for it, because I was like, I want to kind of get away from the gray market stuff as much as I can, so I was able to get this prescribed. I go to the pharmacy, and it's like $60 for the prescription copay. So by itself, if I went to the pharmacy and didn't have insurance, it'd probably be like $200 for one bottle of this stuff. So it's like it's cheaper going to the compounding pharmacies too for these things. Again though, like the safety, knowing that you're getting it from the pharmacy locally. And getting a prescription for it is probably a little bit more desirable than just having it slightly cheaper. So I'd rather pay $50 and know that what I'm getting is 100% good to go than pay $35 and be like, there could be fentanyl.
I mean,
it's
you never
it's in
know.
everywhere anymore.
That's the thing I was going to tell you about the blood work, because like on function, I'll tell you, like you're spending $400 for all of this. If you went to the more traditional route and had your doctor order all this stuff up, it would be close to like $4,000.
Yeah.
So when I took my blood work, I dropped my blood work off at my doctor's office, and even the gal at the front desk was like, "What is this?" I go, "It's my blood work." Because they had called me and were like, "Hey, do you want to get your blood work done here? Or you just want to go to the hospital?" I'm like, "I already have it done, so I'll bring it in." So they scanned it all in or whatever, and then when I'm sitting down with my doc and he's flipping through, he said, "Where'd you have this done?" I'm like, "Function Health." He had no idea who they were. And he's like, "Wow, this would have cost you like $3,800 if I'd have done all this." He was like, "How much did it cost?" I'm like, $400, and I get to do it again. So really $200. Yeah. And he was like, "Holy shit!" Because when I was just having him do it, it was costing me like $900 for the little panel that he would do.
My doctor told me the same thing. Well, she's like, we can go through Munson or whatever the local hospital is to get your test done, or we can go through this third party. She's like, it's the same thing, same results, but you're gonna pay like $30 or $70 versus $800 or $700. So I went through that. It literally cost like $40 or something like that. It was like super cheap to get the test done through this third party that she had shown me. And it worked out pretty good. But yeah, it's racket, dude. Like these hospitals, they literally just charge whatever they want for these things. It's just crazy. They're like,
the lady I went to Quest in Cadillac is where I had to have this blood work done, and the phlebotomist there, they're like, we're fucking crazy busy. She didn't say fucking. We are really busy now because like even Blokes is using Quest as their lab. They used to use LabCorp, but anyways. She's like, it's all these people coming in for this blood work from Function. And she goes, I'm thinking about doing it. It's cheaper for me to do it with them than it is to do it. And I work for this company.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just to have it come back through to the same place.
Yeah.
Is nuts.
Yeah. It's a way better deal. I mean, like I may even look into the Blokes thing, 'cause it sounds like their panel is a lot bigger. Like they test a lot more, like I said, biomarkers than the one that I had done. So I might go through that the next time. But yeah, I'm curious to see. I'm definitely going to get some tests done while I'm on Enclomiphene before. Maybe no. I'll probably do it before I jump back on AC262. Just to kind of see, because that will cause the suppression and stuff like that. So I would love to see if I get back, like if I get up to like 1,000 or something like that, that'd be crazy. I don't know if I ever hit that point because I was always taking like a little bit lower than what you were taking. 12.5 every day max was what I was on. So yeah, and that stuff isn't too expensive either. I think Enclomiphene through the compounding pharmacy I was getting it from was like $50 for a month's supply, basically. Which isn't too bad. The most expensive stuff that I had tried was, what the hell is it called? It was one of those, they call it like exercise in a pill. I can't remember what the terminology was for it. It's supposed to increase fat burning just from like regular sitting around doing nothing. It increases like mitochondrial behavior and activity and stuff. So that one was incredibly expensive. It's currently, I guess, in human clinical trials, and they're showing a lot of really positive signs from it. I wish I could remember the name of it. That was like $130 for like a bottle of it, and that the problem with it is you got to take it twice a day, so you're getting like half a month's supply for $130.
Ugh.
Not cheap.
What is that? What is the one I keep hearing? They call the Wolverine stack.
That's TB500, BPC 157.
Okay.
Yep. That's just those two, because it causes like. So I guess the way it works is it increases growth hormone receptivity, specifically within like ligaments and tendons and stuff. I guess primarily, it's supposed to increase growth hormone receptivity just about everywhere, but those are the areas where it really tends to kind of shine. So when you get like a torn muscle or like a torn tendon or ligament, it's supposed to be really good for that. And also, I guess, potential treatment for rebuilding cartilage in some areas too, from what I understand. But I don't know necessarily if that's 100% there. I just know it's really good for ligament and tendon injuries and stuff. So, but yeah.
Wild.
And there's also like a nasal spray version of it too. It's supposed to be pretty good.
Yeah.
So, but it's like, I've heard mixed things about like whether or not you want to go local injection at the site of the injury. I've heard more recently they said that it more or less wherever you put it, the body makes use of it where it's needed. So if your body knows that there's an injury somewhere and it needs to be rebuilt, allegedly you inject it into your stomach or inject it, into your eyeball or whatever. It's supposed to be immediately used where it's needed. But the theory originally is like if it's right there, it's all being used exactly where it's at. So, but the oral stuff I've heard more or less gets destroyed by the gut. It gets digested and killed before the body can make use of it. But that's also debatable. I've heard some people claim that it will survive the gut bacteria to some degree because apparently BPC 157 I think is created from gut bacteria, if I'm not mistaken. There's something within the gut that it comes from. Let me see. Let me just look it up. BPC 157 from gut. Yeah, it's a stomach protein. BBC, body protection compound 157, peptide derived from a natural stomach protein, known for its powerful gut healing and regenerative properties. Now, that was one thing I was considering, was taking oral BPC 157 for potential like ulcers and stuff. I had an endoscopy.
Endoscopy. Yeah.
I had one done a little while ago. There was something I was having issues with. They said, we noticed some scarring, so you probably have some like acid reflux or whatever. But at my age, if I have mild acid reflux, that's great. I'm like, I feel like I'm ahead of the curve because I know some people who like they can't eat anything without having some sort of an antacid with them, and and I eat some crazy spicy stuff.
So do I. I'm huge into the spice, dude.
Yeah.
The hotter the better for me. I don't have any of that kind of problem.
Yeah.
And a lot of times when I think about stuff like that, like you've got this problem or you're you got a gluten intolerance or whatever. Like, what is the real core of the problem? What's going on inside your body before you just start eating Tums all day or whatever?
Yeah, there's it's like the check engine light in your car. It shows, oh, well, your O2 sensor is going bad. Well, if your O2 sensor is going bad, maybe there's something else causing an issue.
Right.
Your spark plugs are all messed up, so you're getting like, improper fuel burning or something within the cylinders, but it's showing a sign at the O2 sensor. So like, I just got to replace the O2 sensor. Well, you replace the O2 sensor and the sign goes away, but the problem still exists until it pops back up.
Right.
So it's exactly the same kind of thing. There is definitely something going on, I think, with the human diet, with all these processed foods. I think that's probably contributing in a major way to why these weird sensitivities are popping up. The gluten sensitivity stuff. It's funny because it started off, there was the no gluten thing. People thought it was like a diet, like, I'm avoiding gluten because it's like, it's good to avoid gluten. And then people actually had sensitivities to it with, what's it called, celiac disease or whatever. And then it became but the initial thing of it being a trend or a fad kind of hung around. So there was like this weird stigma behind having a gluten sensitivity. So people thought you were just some, trend riding idiot or something like that. If you're like, I'm avoiding gluten because I have a legitimate gut problem from it. And then now people understand that it actually is an issue. But again, it's like, where did it come from? Because like 50 years ago, people weren't complaining about gluten allergies and stuff.
Well, they're not allergic to gluten. They're allergic to some other bullshit, bread or whatever. It's like, it would blow my mind daily. Multiple people would come into the store and be like, do you have any gluten-free beer? I'm allergic to gluten. I'm like, are you though? I mean, like, do you have celiac disease or are you just a fucking twat?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are a lot of people, they jump on it thinking like, well, I get gassy or something whenever I eat bread or whatever. So like maybe it is, and some of them actually do have, there's a test I think you can actually determine if you have an actual allergy or sensitivity to gluten. But there are a lot of people who just assume that they have the condition, so they avoid it, And then there are still people that avoid gluten because of the, dietary thing where they just think it's something that's bad for you, so they avoid it. It's not necessarily bad for you. It's been in food for a long time. I mean, it's one of the things that makes the texture of pizza so good. A gluten-free pizza, I don't know if you've ever had it before.
Not the best.
Anything I eat that's gluten-free tends to be really gritty. I don't know what it is. Like we have someone in our family that has a gluten allergy, and they have to have gluten-free cakes for their birthday. And I always just like, I don't want it. I feel bad. I don't want to like turn it down because the person that made it doesn't make good cakes. It's gluten-free. It's just the nature of a gluten-free product. I just rather not have it.
Yeah.
Because there is a fluffiness and a more incredible mouthfeel to something that when you don't take the gluten out of it, this is what it's supposed to feel like when you're eating it. And then when you take it out, it's like there is something missing, and you can tell that something was substituted here in order to kind of make up for the lack of that thing that is otherwise desired. So it's, I don't really like gluten-free stuff other than maybe cheesecake. Cheesecake is, I think you can make a gluten-free cheesecake. Yeah. And then it's fine. It just depends on what you use for like the crust or whatever. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that's, there was another, there was another dietary trend similar to the gluten thing. The Atkins diet was like one where it was just don't touch carbs at all. Eliminate them altogether. Which you'll lose fat like crazy.
Yeah, but then you gain that shit back so fast. I watched so many people that lost a ton of weight and great.
The rebounding is wild. So.
Yeah, wild, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, people putting on 10 pounds on a weekend. It happens.
Yeah. Well, again, people don't understand the amount of water retention that comes from carbohydrate intake. And when you eliminate carbohydrates, you lose a ton of weight really fast. But again, it's not necessarily fat. Your body's holding on to way less water throughout the day. So I believe your body does eventually, especially if you're taking in the proper electrolytes and stuff like that, will hold on to the water that it needs. But I know that if I go a long time without carbs and then like I go right before a workout, I eat like candy, which sounds crazy.
No, I know.
I'll do it intentionally. Because There's something about like the glycogen stores in the muscles right before a workout. You like an hour before you eat like a Snickers or something like that.
That's like that dirty bulking with them dudes that were eating like fucking 15 Rice Krispie treats before a workout, you know?
Do you remember what was that stuff called? It wasn't glucose. There used to be you get like the mass gainer protein shakes or whatever. And then there was this additive, which was basically just sugar. And you would add it to the protein shake to kind of and the theory was that it triggers insulin spike. And it's like, yeah, you're dumping like 80 grams of sugar into your thing. You're going to have insulin out the ass if you do that. Like you're going to crash like crazy, but that's doing a lot of harm. And the idea was that if you increase your insulin production, that actually increases protein synthesis or whatever, but it has a number of effects. You know, it stops your body from burning fat. It goes into like it's just not good to constantly be doing that. And I remember specifically a guy in the military that I used to work out with would add it to his protein shakes, and it's just a big container of sugar basically, and you just a huge scoop of sugar dumped into your, probably tasted delicious
Probably.
but like it was just that you might as well just eat candy if that's what you're going to do. And I find that if I'm going in for a super hardcore workout, whether it's squats or whatever, and I'm like, I want to get the most of it, I will eat a little bit of sugar, not a lot. I don't go like crazy, but I'll eat like, you know, the equivalent to like a Snickers bar worth of sugar. And then I'll take the Tadalafil and go in, and the pump that you get is just ridiculous. So it's phenomenal.
So I'm kind of worried about so like I said at the beginning, or when we were just chewing the rag before we got on here, that I haven't had any sugar, and in a couple of months, and
that's good.
I feel amazing, but I'm constantly thinking about, all right, but when I turn it up to 11 to start really training, I don't want to go like, I know I need some sugar. I know I need it. I need that energy in my muscles in order to do this shit. Like, so I'm worried about like I don't want to do too much, because I was eating a lot of sugar this past summer. I was just fucking craving it whenever, you know. Yeah. Like, let's go.
There definitely seems to be something to, especially when you're doing cardio heavy stuff, your body wants it so much more because it's a much more readily available energy supply. So it's like your body's like, I can make immediate use of this. Fat needs to be lipolyzed, and then it has to be converted into some sort of like immediate energy source. What is it, ATP or whatever? So there's a number of things the body has to do to turn fat into energy. So it's obviously going to prefer the carbohydrate sources whenever it can get it. Especially for like massive cardiovascular stuff. So if you're running and stuff, it's gonna prioritize that over fat consumption. So that was the thing about like the stage 2 cardio or whatever it is. From what I understand, that's where your body is metabolizing fat the most. That's where like the thing, it sounds crazy that the trend of it, the weighted vest walking, people shit on it because it looks goofy, but it's like there is a legitimate science behind it. There is an actual benefit to wearing. There are some increases in bone density. Someone recently was like made a post about it that like, oh, you're not increasing bone density from wearing a weight vest and walking 1 mile, in a year or something like that. Probably true if that's all you're doing, but there's a number of things. I mean, just increasing the amount of resistance that you're dealing with throughout the day is going to increase bone density. I mean, morbidly obese people probably have some of the densest bones in the world.
Great calves.
Great calves. They're carrying around so much extra weight. Their bone density is probably ridiculous as long as they're consuming all the calcium they need. But like, so there is a benefit if you're regularly doing that. The demand, the need for the increased bone density, the need for metabolizing the fat in stage 2 is there, so you will see it, and it really just boils down to consistency. Again, it's true. You do it one time in a year, you're not going to get anything out of that. If you're doing it all the time, you will absolutely see it. There was who was it? You probably saw it. Jelly Roll was on Rogan, and he was talking about
so much fucking weight.
It was over 200 pounds or something, wasn't it?
I think it's close to 3 now.
Yeah, he said he was like 500 pounds.
And he said he's got almost 40 pounds of skin hanging on him right now.
35 or 40
so
pounds
still
left.
So you take that off, Dude, it's even more,
The
bro.
instantaneous shift of like walking around. I can't imagine what it would feel like having to walk around at 500 pounds plus and then being, I think he said he's at just above 200 or something like that, or just below 200. I can't remember what he said. He's at.
Yeah, he's lost 2 people.
Yeah, so he's almost down 300 pounds.
It's fucking crazy.
And it was all in a year and a half. I think he said he lost it. So like that's crazy.
And the only supplement that he took, like, did you listen to the whole thing?
He said he was on TRT.
Metformin.
Metformin, yeah.
And
Well, I think he said he didn't need it anymore once he got past a certain point. He said his body more or less resolved itself because he was diabetic.
So he got on the metformin to help try to tear that shit down. Of course, he was fucking diabetic.
Yeah,
he's 530 pounds.
Yeah, I have a buddy who's diabetic, and I believe he's not taking metformin. He's taking another one, and he says that his cholesterol and stuff it's a newer drug, I guess. It's similar. It's supposed to help with, I don't know exactly, whatever metformin does, similar thing. And he said he's seeing positive signs from that. He was on Enclomiphene for a while. I suggested it to him because he had low testosterone. He was like sub 200 when he went and got his test done.
Pretty fucking low.
It's bad. And he was given androgel for like testosterone replacement therapy. And he was doing that for about a month and a half. And then he went back in, and he was really inconsistent. He wasn't doing it all the time. He was doing it just enough to cause damage, basically. And so he went in to get his blood test done, and they were like sub 100 at one point, something along those lines. So that was when I was like, and I had kind of pushed him towards figuring out how to get like his hormones and stuff in check and like increasing his testosterone, because he was like, I've got no motivation. I'm falling asleep during the day while I'm standing up at the cash register. And I was like, well, do these things and whatever. And then I found out about Enclomiphene. I'm like, try this out. Stop screwing around with the androgel, and then just kind of like let it sit. I think he got injectable testosterone too, but never used it. He's got it sitting somewhere. And I was tempted to be like, just send it this way. I was like, I'll take care of it. But he did increase his testosterone to like 400 or something from Enclomiphene alone. And he said he noticed a significant change in his behavior throughout the day and
200
mindset.
points, that's crazy.
Yeah. But he still never could quite keep it consistent enough to get the weight off the way that he needed to. And so he's still struggling with that. But in terms of hormone balance and stuff like that, it did improve his position, where he was at. I can't remember why I brought up Jelly Roll. Something about, that's
carrying the weight.
The weight, but it was, he had made a comment on that was pretty profound about like what people are capable of. And he was saying something that like people tend to profoundly overestimate what they can do in a short period of time, and they profoundly underestimate what they can do in a longer period of time. And he compared it to like when it comes to dieting, people think that they can lose way more than they really can in the span of 3 months.
Yeah.
But they think that they can lose way less than what they really can in the span of a year. So it's like it really just boils down to sticking with it and actually like being aware of what you're doing and consistently doing things like in a way that it may not come off right away, because that's the biggest problem I think a lot of people have is they need instantaneous feedback on stuff.
Yeah.
And if they're not seeing the change right away, they're like, fuck this, I'm done. I'm over it. This is too much work. I'm like, it's stress. Like,
and he's such a, you want to talk about somebody who's a role model when it comes to overcoming things. I mean, drug addict, went to prison, fucking, you name it. He did it. 500 pounds, right? Turned his life around, became a platinum selling artist, whatever, but still 500 plus pounds. And then now this thing he's tackled. Incredible, and he's lost all this weight. It's insane, bro.
Yeah.
Like, he's done it all.
He puts a lot of it, he's a very religious guy too.
Yeah.
He puts a lot of it on God, and which is incredible. And I believe it. I think that that's really the case. Some people would say, well, you put too much faith in God, you'll never do anything on your own. I think the reality is if you put a lot of faith in God, it has a subconscious effect of pushing you towards your goals. I think that really is what it kind of, and plus you also appreciate things a hell of a lot more.
That. Yeah,
and that's where I'm at. Like, I don't know what it is. The last like year or two, I am so happy with everything I have in my life. It's incredible. And I'm not even necessarily like financially, crazy, but I just look at like my family and my wife and like her family and everything that we have. And it's just like, we're clearly not rich.
You're wealthy,
like,
dude.
Like with money.
You're wealthy.
Like we're wealthy in ways that like I never imagined.
That's what wealth is.
Yeah.
Like we don't put we don't say, well, we're wealthy because we have a bunch of money.
Yeah.
It's because what you've just said.
Yeah.
All of this around you is wealth.
Yeah.
It
And
really
I
is.
love it's. I never imagined I would be in this position. I grew up like clinically depressed as a kid, like a lot of mental issues and stuff. And like where I have finally found myself is like in a position where I just am every day. I'm just so grateful for like as shitty as the path was that got me here. I'm like so glad that I took it, and I'm glad every mistake I made because like there's things. It's such a weird digression. I don't even know how I got here. Just in terms of like his decisions, how he's gotten away from that stuff, and his mindset now, and like being blessed, and it's just I definitely feel very similar. Like even though I don't have his money, like I feel like I have achieved way more than I ever imagined possible, and it's just something it feels incredible, and I don't even necessarily have to do much, and it just feels so good where I'm at.
I mean, hey, I'm a firm believer on the path. God puts a path in front of you, and you ask for things, and He's not going to do it for you. He's not going to give it to you, but He's going to give you the opportunity and the chances.
Yeah.
So that's what I tell my kids. Life is all about chances. Choices. It's all about choices. And you make the right choice, and you stay on the path. And, we're not all going to be 100 millionaires.
Yeah, exactly.
But what does that mean to you? I feel like I am rich beyond belief because of just everything that I have, and a lot of it's not because I have a bunch of money.
Yeah. We're like an audience and all that stuff like that. I mean, there's just something about getting to a certain position. What is it called? Self-actualization or whatever. Like, I think that's the term. But what was I going to say? I totally had a thing. God, my brain is just so shot.
We're getting older.
Yeah, 100%. Need to get back on Testosterone or something. No, there was something about. Oh crap! I'm completely gone from it. It's gone forever.
But also, to get back to Jelly Roll, he also made a comment about paraphrasing, and I don't know if I'm going to get it right, but he was talking about you got to have a new playground. You gotta when you evolve some. He didn't say this, but it was a genesis of it. Basically, is you got to kind of prune your life a little bit. Like if you're not on the same path I am, I can't be with you anymore. I got to disconnect from you. He's like, I help so many people, and I brought them all in, but now I'm on this path, and if they can't come on this path with me or won't, then I got to move on from them. And I think you do that in life anyways. I mean, if you're in a shitty situation with a bunch of shitty people and you want to do something else, you got to get rid of those shitty people and get away from that situation and move on.
Well, I have a very small circle of friends.
Same here,
like
dude.
1 or 2 people that I really communicate with all the time, and obviously my wife and kids and stuff, and my brother, and that's pretty much limited to that. There was a period of time where I had like envy over people who had gigantic networks and I see how my brother lives his life, and he has so many friends from like high school and college and stuff like that, and they're all connected. He doesn't have any time, and it stresses him out constantly because he doesn't want to let anyone down. He doesn't want to ignore his friends and say, hey man, I can't do this anymore. Like I've got like my kids and stuff I got to take care of. He wants to still try and be receptive to them and stuff at the same time, and I don't envy that at this age with a family and stuff. I don't envy having 100 people constantly wanting you. Not that I ever had that, but like I don't envy ever like having 1 million people constantly trying to. I could see you probably have something in a way similar, not necessarily like where it's all friends.
I pull away from all of it though.
Yeah.
I don't go to any of you were saying that you had like probably the business after hours or the chamber untapped or whatever you had to do, like those things. Like people are constantly saying, "Are you going to go?" And I'm like, no, because I can't stand being around people. Yeah, I really can't. Yeah, my circle is tight. A couple close friends and my family. Yeah. That's it. And I don't feel the need. People get enough of me online. You know what I'm saying? So like, if there's somebody I need to talk to, I'll reach out to them. If somebody really needs to talk to me about something, they'll reach out to me. I'm not trying. I'm selfish in that way, and I I know that I have social anxiety. I don't like being around a bunch of people anyways.
Mm-hmm.
And then when like a bunch of people want to interact, then I'm really like, I gotta get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I
This
feel
is too
exhausted
much.
after like a heavy social
Yeah.
environment. Like we're like constantly having to talk to people. Like I feel like I did a marathon basically.
Yeah.
Mentally, I'm like, I gotta go take a break. I gotta like unwind somewhere, and like that's it. I can't deal with. Like Christmas is crazy because like Sonia's family is so huge and like everyone comes together on Christmas, like her extended family and stuff. It's fun, it's a blast, but I am like worn out by the end of it mentally because it's Christmas Day. It starts like Christmas Eve. We do stuff like with her mom and dad at their house. I think their extended family comes. We do like gift opening. Christmas morning we go to like her mom and dad's again, I believe. Then we go to like her grandma's, and then we go to like her uncle's house. And each one of those is like, her mom's side of the family and then her dad's side of the family. And everyone has so much energy. These things, it's crazy. And I'm like barely able to keep up like socially. I'm awkward a lot of the times. I feel like I'm the guy that like you say, oh, hey, how you doing today? And I'm like, oh, it's 6 o'clock. And then like I walk away like because I don't know the immediate response to something. My brother was sending me the joke about it the other day of like not knowing how to respond to people right away. I have to like get myself into the mindset if I'm going to communicate with somebody because like my brain is just not there ready to fire back the exact response you need. If you catch me off guard, I'm going to say something stupid, like I'll just like, oh, it's 6 o'clock, or like there was the thing from Superbad or whatever. What was like the scene where she says something to him and he's like, oh, it's 2:30 or whatever, and she's like, what? Like that's awkward. The way that my reactions are when people are like trying to make small talk with me sometimes in public. So this I can handle one-on-one.
Yep.
I can talk for hours and hours and hours on a given subject with like one person. In a public environment, everyone communicating, my brain is just like, it can't deal with it. I don't like the term overstimulated because I feel like right now everyone's like using the crap out of that expression, but it does feel like that's the exact thing that's happening because my brain doesn't know exactly what to focus on specifically. So
I'm the same way.
Yeah,
and it's like, what are they talking about?
Yeah,
what are they talking?
Exactly.
It's like, oh, there's too much shit going on.
Yeah,
like, I don't do well in it.
Yeah,
but
let's see. I don't know if you got to go anywhere.
I'm not,
I don't have to. I wasn't trying to end any conversations. If do you want to take a break for a second?
I could take a piss.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
So,
and we're back.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good piss.
Very much so. I thought it was never going to end.
I know.
One thing I will say I love about the intermittent fasting is like, I don't know if you notice it, but when I eat normal food throughout the day, I feel constantly bloated. And like when I fast, I don't feel like any bloating at all. I feel like completely suctioned in, like everything just kind of like is in there. And as soon as I start eating stuff, and I'm pretty sure it's just a gastrointestinal thing, like the regular digestive process is just making gas and things like that.
I do like feeling tight.
Yeah,
that's
a good feeling.
There's a lightness to it.
Yeah,
where you're just kind of like you were talking about that earlier. It's like it's nice. Bloating though, I find that I bloat at night.
Yeah,
I only eat 3 times a day if I eat 3 times a day. And it's always dinner that I'm like, I've blocked off enough.
Yeah.
We could fucking go ham. And then it depends what I eat. Like I made this like yogurt coleslaw last night. I'm the only one that's going to eat it because it doesn't have any flavor in it.
Yeah.
Besides salt and pepper, cucumbers or whatever. But I use the yogurt in place of like mayonnaise.
Sounds like something Sonya would like.
Yeah. So. And you can tell right away I ate a shitload of it. Because my palate's changed anyways. The healthier you eat, the more you kind of crave that kind of stuff anyways. Yeah. But totally. Like last night, I was like, oh, Jesus. Maybe I should have just kept that at a cup.
Yeah.
But
it's almost like there's more discomfort in being full. Like after you kind of learn when your body doesn't have food for a while and like you said, you feel that tightness. And then like as soon as you start to kind of let it go and you start eating stuff, there is like a lot more, you feel it in your breathing, you feel it in your movements and stuff. There's something to it. So, but you can't be empty all the time. You obviously need to eat something every once in a while, but like there is an amazing feeling to not having anything in your body, like for like a day or something. It's incredible. And I do think it helps mentally. There's something
for
too.
Sure.
There's it's right about the 18-hour mark, I
was
think.
just going to say, close to 20 is when I'm
Yeah.
like, man, I can get some work done.
Yeah, your brain feels like it's functioning, like firing on all cylinders, like at that point. So, and you got about 5 to 10 hours of that, and then you start to kind of drag down a little bit. I'm sure you can build it up to where you can go longer, but I do feel like there is a lot of like heightened mental capacity when you are, and I think that there is an evolutionary thing to that too. I think that it's by design. Your brain is like functioning better because it's like you got to get something to eat.
Yeah.
So you need to hunt. Like right now, you need to get up and you need to go find something. So your brain is like functioning way better. Your reaction is better. Like everything is improved. And I think that is like a legitimate biological like design. It's meant to be that way.
And we're not supposed to be packing our face holes full of fucking calories all
insanely
day long.
dense foods too.
Yeah.
Like oil-rich stuff. I definitely not something I think we were meant to be doing. There's a lot of crap I don't think we were meant to be eating that we're just consuming.
This is
a
lot of it.
Yeah. But
yeah, if you think about stuff like that, one thing I wanted to bring up is like fellow Air Force guys.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember Androstein?
Yeah. That was what was it? Barry Bonds was on that, or was it?
Well, I'm sure Barry Bonds was on it, but like definitely McGuire was on it because
Yeah.
I remember, that
The
meme,
pro-hormone.
that meme with Leonardo DiCaprio where he goes whoa whoa whoa, and he
Yes,
points,
yeah. The bottle in his like
the bottle
yeah,
in
yeah,
his thing. But I bring that up about the Air Force because I was taking that shit when I was in the Air Force, and I got it at fucking GNC.
Yeah.
They were like, oh, you want something wild? Try this.
It was before
It
the pro hormone
basically
ban.
a steroid.
It literally was. It was a precursor to, I believe, just regular testosterone. Your body would convert it in the liver into testosterone or something along those lines.
And you're like, oh, one pill? I'll fucking take 3.
Yep.
Let's go.
And you're like, wow, I feel incredible. I could lift a car. I never took androstenedione because I found out before I ever got to consume it that it is highly suppressive. Like it will screw up your natural testosterone production temporarily if you don't do it for too long.
I didn't do it for too long because I remember it being expensive. Even when I was in the Air Force, I'm like, this is pretty expensive.
It was a legit performance.
But I remember
drug.
tweaking on it.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit.
Do you remember Craze pre-workout?
Yes.
So it had amphetamines in it. They literally they tested and found amphetamines in this stuff. And I bought that from the BX when I was in Turkey. They had it on the shelf.
Wild
And
West.
I remember taking it and I'm like, this is Adderall.
Yeah.
I'm like, I am on Adderall right now. I can feel the Adderall effects, like, because Adderall is amphetamine. And I'm like, I just think, at the time, I'm like, I have to be careful because, like, I don't have a prescription to Adderall. And if they drug test me, I'm fucked. Like, because, it's out of your system pretty quick. But the military looks down on taking amphetamines.
Oh, dude. So a couple of things there. But when did you go in?
07 to 14.
Yeah, I went in 98.
Okay.
But
damn, you were in like almost 10 years before me.
yeah, where the fuck was I gonna go with this? Oh, so like, in the 90s, I sound like an old guy, but like, going through high school or whatever. I mean, we were dabbling in a little bit of creatine in high school, even back then.
Mm-hmm.
There was only a couple of dudes that were into lifting when I was a young person.
Mm-hmm.
Then you get into the Air Force, and once you get through all your training, you're like, I still kind of want, at least for me, I was like, I still kind of want to fucking,
Yeah.
So what can I do? And there's no information out there, just a bunch of shit on a wall or a magazine with a dude and a bunch of hot chicks next to him, and I take this, and you're constantly looking for shit, and you're just putting it in, and you don't know what you're doing, and, eating like an asshole because you're 20, and you can get away
just
with that.
Garbage fast food constantly.
Yeah.
It's just about, just eat as much calories as you can. That's it.
And now I feel like there's almost too much education, fake education or whatever. But I guess what I was getting at was back then it was just like, well, if they're taking it, I'll take it.
Yeah,
and this is just, this one tastes like cookies and this one, whatever.
Yeah.
But what I do like now, I don't know if you've tried any of his stuff, is Jocko Willink stuff.
I haven't tried it. I've heard about it.
I mean, I take his pre-workout. That's great. But his protein powders
pretty good.
are, and dude, they're like super soluble. Like
Really?
no blender needed if you don't want to.
So that's nice.
Yeah, right in water, shake it up, and you're good to go. But I get this 26 grams of protein per serving yogurt, full fat, and I'll take that cup of that and a scoop of the protein powder and mix together. It's like eating ice cream, bro.
Oh, yeah.
And it mixes so well. It's not clumpy or anything.
Yeah.
He's got the formula dialed. It's really good.
It's like cake batter or something along those
He's
lines.
got one that's like cookies and cream that I dig, and then he's got like a chocolate one that I've been on right now, which is really good. But calories are, it's like 150 calories.
His is probably
28
way
grams
better.
of protein.
I'm still just doing the muscle milk strawberries and cream flavor. Always been my favorite flavor. I've tried other stuff, and I just can't get over the taste of certain proteins. It's just trash.
Yeah.
Some of them, I tried some of, oh my God, we literally just talked about him. Lightweight, yeah, buddy. Ronnie Coleman.
Yeah, Ronnie Coleman.
I tried some of his protein. The worst. The worst I've ever had, and it sucks because I really liked that I was buying it from him, and I feel bad for the guy. He's not in a good place right now, physically.
Well, you can't, dead or squat 800 fucking pounds and think your back's never going to give out.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that say that where he went wrong is getting the surgery that he got, because it completely destroyed his back. There's no coming back from where he's at right now. And they say that if he had never gotten that surgery, he'd probably be at least 10 times better walking around on his own without needing crutches.
Well, that'd be
He'd be in
incredible.
pain still, but
yeah.
I mean, the moment you start, wearing away at the vertebrae, in the discs and stuff, it doesn't regenerate. I mean, maybe someday stem cell research they'll fix some of this stuff, but I feel like it's just kind of a downward struggle. The moment the damage occurs, it only gets worse, and all you can do is try to limit the amount of future potential damage you put on it, which is where you have to start being more disciplined with how you're lifting and all that stuff. I've had back problems ever since that stupid situation with CrossFit with a buddy of mine. He was in the army. He was in Afghanistan. And I don't remember if we brought it up last time. We were doing kettlebell swings with it was 60-pound kettlebells or something like that. And I know for a fact that exact workout is what caused the injury that I have, because we did this attempt. It was you're supposed to do 20 swings in 2 minutes or something like that. And if you can't do 20, you just got to do as many as you can in 2 minutes. Then you rest for a minute. Then you do another 20 in 2 minutes. 60 pounds. You're just a regular kettlebell swing. And after the second or third set, I could only do 12. And I just kept pushing to go through the whole thing. And I remember hobbling back to my we had hardened facilities that we were staying in. They were nice.
Yeah, we were in the Air Force, dude. You can tell people it's way better.
Oh yeah, it's so much.
We're not living in fucking
college dorms, basically. But legit. Now it's even better from what I heard. Basic training. I don't even know if they have a big room that they make everyone sleep in anymore. I thought that they were talking about something years ago.
That's crazy if they got away from that.
If they did, that is wild. I just remember there was some theory, there's something they were talking about was eliminating the community, bunk beds and stuff like that. And the main thing, I'm this is a part of basic training.
I think they were making it basic training a little pussified even when I was in.
Yeah.
Did you have 331s or 231s or whatever, the 281s or whatever the fuck
so
they were
those are the
called
ones where they would hand you the slips if you fuck up, if you did something bad.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they kind of started that when I went in. My recruiter, complete asshole. I mean, totally didn't tell me anything true, but that kind of goes with the job. Was saying, they're pretty lenient nowadays. They don't just make you do push-ups. And they didn't. I mean, if you were a fuck-up, they gave you the thing. You had to go and talk to the squadron commander or whatever and get your hand slapped or whatever. And they were also and when I say they kind of pussified it a little bit, it's you're going into the military. You have the potential of wreaking havoc in the world somewhere.
Yeah.
We don't want people that don't have the will to do this kind of work, right?
Yeah.
And
it's meant to be a filter. You're trying to kind of figure out who can actually work together in this environment under certain types of stresses. And if you can't do that, then you don't belong here, because at some point in time, you're going to have a gun in your hands and you're going to have people that you could potentially hurt or kill in front of you. And you have to be able to make proper decisions. And if you're somebody who can't even make it through, I can't remember how many, it was 6 weeks or something like that back when I was in, and then they made it 8 weeks or something, but it was not as strenuous. But if you can't make it through 6 weeks of being yelled at by somebody, you can't handle that stress. You're not going to be able to handle the stress of being in a war environment, potentially.
Dude, I've said before, I remember dudes crying the first night. What the fuck? One of the when I got up, so I was security forces. So when I left boot camp and went to the like ground combat skills and police academy and all that shit. It was all centered in Lackland Air Force Base. I was there for a year. And when I was all done with training, I was there for like another, God, I want to say 6 weeks because I hadn't got orders. I hadn't received orders. So I could come and go.
Some administrative position they put you in?
Actually, they didn't put me in any position.
Oh,
it was like I had to get up, in the morning for like guard mount and then back to the dorms. I could go to the gym. I could leave and go into town.
Like a nice little
it was nice, but it sucked.
Yeah.
Like I wanted to get out of there. I put my time in. I'd done all my training. I was ready to get orders and go somewhere. There's a couple stories in there, I'll tell you. But one to go back to like the 330, whatever the slip of paper was.
Yeah,
I don't
can't
remember
even
that.
remember the specific
But
number.
there was this one guy who was at the he was going through security forces, and then he just was a complete dipshit and wasn't doing anything. So he was basically bumped all the way down to like he had to sweep the courtyard every day. Awesome. And he had been there for like 3 months before I got there. And he wasn't going anywhere. I mean, the thing was, it's like the government paid for you to go through all this training, and now you're stuck with us until your time is up. We're not letting you out. Wouldn't wear his cover, was always talking shit to the NCOs and COs and stuff, and it's like, disrespecting everybody in front of all the troops, and they were just letting him kind of get away with it. It's not like they could beat his ass or anything. I mean, you're here until we say you can go at this point. Okay, what was I going to say prior to that? That was like, oh, there's a good story there with, I hate it when I got multiple stories in my head, and I know it'll come back around to it. But one thing I talked about in one of the last podcasts I was on, that I've been dying to talk to somebody is in the Air Force, because I've had dudes from other branches on. And when I bring this up, they're always kind of like, well, we didn't have that. The chow runner.
I think I remember something
in boot camp. You didn't have a chow runner?
No, I think we did. I just don't remember what it was.
They were the ones that like went in your flight. So every time you went to the chow hall and it was time to go in, the chow runner, an airman,
go announce to the
would
TIs
have to go in
or
to
something.
announce. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And they would call this thing the snake pit. I remember whenever they went in, and they would all get around this dude if he didn't do things right, and just scream at him.
Yes.
Like knife hand, like in his face. Which I don't know if they had knife hand when you were in, but like the whole thing was like
in your
like in your
face
and like they had something. I think this was meant to be like the way that the TI can still do something physically intimidating without actually touching the person, because it's literally like right in your eye like this, like it's gonna stab you. Yeah, and it was when it's happening and 5 of them are doing it at you, and like you're just sitting there and you're like, and I remember we had phases. Like when you first came in, you were in civilian clothes.
Yeah.
Then you got your BD. Well, we had BDUs at the time initially, and then you had to wear sneakers with your BDUs, whatever you brought in, and then eventually you got your boots, and then eventually it was.
You got to wear your own sneakers.
Yeah, there was.
Oh, dude, we got issued New Balance.
Maybe that's what it was.
They
it
were
might have been New Balance. Yeah.
And that's what you wore the whole time until like the last phase, and then you could go get into your shit and get the shoes that you brought, and wear. But I'm like,
it might have been the New Balance that we had to wear the PT shoes, and it was to differentiate. You could tell, like this guy's in his 2nd week or this guy's in his 3rd week. The TI could tell how far along you were based on whatever you were wearing, and if you were in the wrong place, you weren't supposed to be in this area, like. You're only in sneakers still. You're not supposed to be here, and so it was a way to kind of like differentiate without wearing just a straight up armband or something like that to tell you what they're doing. But
you want to talk about core memories when you're talking about like a core memory when you got jumped that one time. A core memory I have is getting off that bus and the drill instructor saying to the young airman that would eventually become the chow runner is Jesus Christ, looks like we have a chow runner. This fucking kid had like a Megadeth t-shirt on, no shade, but also like green hair, still had his earrings in, and I'm like, of course they're gonna pick this kid and just fucking brutalize him the whole time. That first few days before you get your head shaved or anything, I mean, you want to talk about knife hands in your face looking the way you look. I went in thinking I was like in Top Gun. I had blue jeans on, a white t-shirt, and I already had the military style haircut.
My
they
dad
called that
told
out.
He was like, you don't want to go in with long ass hair because that makes you stick out. So I got my hair cut and shit before I went in. Looked pretty like, I had piercings and stuff before, but they were all gone. But I was like, you don't want to have anything that makes you look like you're not ready to join. And there were a few. we had a guy in our flight. I can't remember his name. According to the TI, after this kid washed out of our flight, he washed back. He went into the one behind us. I don't know if he ever made it through. I don't think he did. Kid was fat. No shade, but he was overweight, and he had some very, very clear personality issues. He might have been autistic or something on the spectrum, and he could not follow instructions. And I remember about a week before he got washed out, we had to go back and pull all the sheets and stuff off the beds, and we were cleaning everything in the rooms. And we get to his bed. His bed is fucking soaked. And we're like, what the hell? Did he, like, piss in the bed? And, like, it wasn't piss, because apparently this is, like, normal. He, like, just sweats profusely in his sleep. He was probably there for, I think, at least 3 weeks. By the time he was out, he probably lost, like, 10 pounds. Like, just whatever stress sweating he had. Yeah. But I just remember, like, I've never felt a bed so soaked. It didn't smell like piss. I don't think he had pissed the bed. I think it was just sweat. And he ended up, like I said, he washed out. And to come to find out, his father, I guess, was some, like, Navy general or something. Ugh. And that was, I guess, the only reason he even got to where he was at this point.
Yeah, because if you're overweight, I mean, they're like, I had to lose, like, 15 pounds before I could even go in. Yeah, I was a big bastard back in the day.
I went in, and I was very fit when I went into the military. I was one of the more, somehow or another, I mean, like, I look back, and I guess I've always had kind of like I was always drawn to, like, weightlifting and stuff. And so I just remember I was very fit. I lost weight while I was in basic training.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because they don't let you eat the way you should, and you're not lifting weights. There was one guy in our flight that was like a legit bodybuilder. And funnily enough, he was literally my height, black too. So he was just huge. He reminded me of, like, a short Terry Crews. And this dude, it was funny because he was like, you see him, if you didn't know him, you'd be like, oh shit, I gotta, like, cross the street or something. But, like, you meet him in person, he's like the dopest dude. He was, like, really cool. And he was made into, I can't remember, flight lead. So our barracks, or whatever you want to call them, dorms, it was 2 rows and, like, a middle wall between them, and each side had the bunk beds and stuff, and each side had their own leader for, like, that side, and he was the leader on our side, and he was just yelling at everyone, trying to get everyone to do stuff, and he was intimidating enough most people would just listen to him. But he somehow secretly, we found out, like, I think it was graduation week, the TI had given him the privilege of using the gym.
We had a couple guys. I was able to use the gym.
We
got to a certain point where we were really tight. I mean, I won't say tight, but we had a decent relationship with the TI, and it was just like 3 or 4 of us. And ironically enough, one of the guys was a legit bodybuilder. We went someplace. We kind of followed each other in training for a little while, and he had, like, VHS tapes of his stage shows and shit. Nice, yeah. But he was fucking begging our instructor, like, I'm losing muscle.
Let me go bench. Like, I need to, yeah.
And then he was like, well, you can't go by yourself. And so I could go, and then another guy. And I remember one time, like, everybody was out doing drills, and we got to secure the dorm, and just kind of hang out all fucking day.
Yeah.
I mean, we really had a dick towards the end of boot camp, but we had a guy, speaking of these, like, weird, like, you had a guy that sweats. We had a guy that he was from Cuba, and he was getting, basically, the military was his way of getting a citizenship, and we call him Castro.
That's
But this fucking guy would shave at 5 o'clock in the morning, and by 11 would have a full on, like, almost a set already. It was just black.
Wow, yeah.
Like, constantly shaving. We had another guy.
We're getting yelled at probably because he's, like,
at
showing
first,
stubble.
But it was like, yo. Like, I got to shave 5 times a day if you want me to stay tight. So they kind of leaned up on him and just let him do it once in the morning. But he'd have almost like more than a 5 o'clock. It was like almost a beard coming in by the end of the day.
My TI made me get a shaving waiver because my shit was messed up. I actually had pseudofolliculitis barbae.
Like that in acne too from it?
Well, yeah. So basically, it was just ingrown hairs all over your face. More common in black people.
So I was just going to say, we had a few dudes that got a shaving waiver because their face was just fucking gnarly from having to shave every day.
A lot of black people I remember in the Air Force, almost all of them had the waiver because they would get bumps like crazy all over their face. And so I'm like Southern Italian mostly, like my ethnicity
How you
or whatever.
doing?
That's right. Well, like, so my mom's from like Calitri, which is like a town south of like Naples in Italy.
wow.
And so she moved here when she was 14, but she had problems with like ingrown hairs and stuff too. And classic Italian woman, once they hit like 60, they're getting mustaches and stuff. So it's like I just remember, like, I've always had like an ability to grow a beard pretty quick, but the problem was my hair grows out curly, like really curly. Probably. Yeah,
curly.
like,
The longer it gets, the curlier it gets.
Yeah, and so I have a couple things. If I let it grow, so if I shave with a razor and I let my hair grow out, the hair will start to kind of like wind back and it will irritate the skin. Number two, if I shave with a razor constantly, if I do it I can't shave every day because like it just tears me up. I will be bleeding everywhere if I shave every day. I will get ingrown hairs like crazy if I'm shaving every single day. So if I shave with a razor, I will shave like every 3 days or something like that, and I'm fine, good to go from there. Anything less than that, and like it's just suffering, like I can't do it. And I don't think it's something I can just push through. I've tried in the past, like to do like daily shaving, and I just can feel it just slicing me up because there's like bumps that raise after the first day, and I'm just going over those, and it's cutting every single one of those bumps open, and it sucks. And so they made me get a waiver. The waiver was every other day I had to shave. And I could kind of get away with maybe every 3 days or something like that. And I remember I'd get like talk to you like, did you shave today? I'm like, no, I have a waiver. Well, when was the last time you shaved? And I would say like yesterday, like, and I was like my third day without shaving. But I wasn't like just trying to avoid shaving. It was like trying to avoid bleeding everywhere all the time. So it was like.
We had a guy, I don't remember his name. This is again in boot camp, and this is like the second day. And we ended up his nickname was Chin. And even the drill instructors, we were like, where the fuck is Chin? Because he was shaking so badly and so nervous when we were shaving for the first time in the bathrooms together, like, shave your fucking face, blah, blah, blah. And he's shaking, and he sliced the bottom of his chin.
Jeez.
I mean, probably should have taken a stitch, dude.
Yeah.
The drill instructors gave him a wad of paper towels, and for like the whole day, he just marched holding his chin like this. So then everybody just started calling him Chin.
That's awesome.
I felt bad. Dude, there was a couple of guys that failed the final exam, and I'm a caveman, but I mean, if I could pass it, like, how did you fail it? And I can remember when they're going down the line, drill instructors going down the lines, airman so-and-so, you got an 80, you passed. So-and-so, you got a 90, you passed. To get to me, I don't remember what the score was. It was enough to pass. And a guy next to me, you fail, back 2 weeks. And it's just like, you're done.
Yeah.
And we had already made phone calls home. We're taking the final. Graduation's going to be on this day. Get your plane tickets, kind of thing.
Crap. So if his family was coming up for graduation, they're like, well, I guess we got to either stay in town for 2 extra weeks or we got to revise everything. It was brutal. I remember getting out of basic was just amazing. And then tech school was like reintroducing you to a whole new world of like, bizarre control stuff, because it's like, they have to reintegrate you into society. And it was like the first, I think it was like 3 weeks or something. It was at phases. You couldn't just leave base as soon as you got out. You had to stay on base in your blues, and then you could stay on base in your BDUs, but you couldn't leave. And then finally you could leave base, but you had to leave base in your blues, and then finally you could leave base in your civilian clothes. And then like they also didn't want you leaving base in your BDUs, which is kind of funny. Even at the last point, they're like, don't wear your BDUs in public. Like, just if you're not doing like military related stuff and you're off base, don't be in your BDUs.
Yeah.
But the blues, they were fine. People would go to the mall, I think, and like I went to Keesler for the first part of my tech school, and then is it Wichita Falls? No, it's in Texas. Is Wichita Falls in Texas?
Got me, dude.
I can't remember what it was, but Shepherd's
Air Force Base.
Shepherd Air Force Base, I think that's what it was. That was for the actual cable training that we had to do. We had to climb telephone poles and stuff like that. It was pretty cool. It was actually a lot of fun. But yeah, that part was the longer part of our training, but we didn't have to go through that cycling back into society type thing. They didn't want to just be like, all right, basic training's over, go be free and do whatever you want. It was like, no, we're going to ease you in. You got to like slowly get back into society.
Yeah, dude, when I thought I was done with the bullshit after boot camp, when I went to tech school, and no, not the case.
Yeah. You got to be in your dorm room by a certain time. Like, you can't be out.
I can remember. I mean, guard mounts were fucking brutal in the morning, in the police academy. And that was like another 8 weeks there. And then then just like a dorm down was ground combat skills, which was a whole nother fucking level of, I mean, because basically security forces is like what they say is kind of like the infantry of the Air Force. Not what I signed up for. I wanted to be a police officer, and turns out it's like, well, you're kind of, you know, but unless you got into like
it's Air Force MP, you know.
But I never was.
Yeah.
You know, it was strictly security forces the whole time. I ended up going to North Dakota and guarding fucking nukes and shit. Yeah. You know, my drill instructor was like, the day that we got our orders, he was like, "It sucks to be you, dude." Yeah, I can remember a guy, because you could transfer orders. You just had to get it approved. So like if you were going someplace that I wanted to go and you wanted to go where I was going, we could switch.
Somebody, yeah.
I can remember the day that we all got our orders. Guy, I'm calling home going, "Hey, I'm going to North Dakota, so I'm not going to be far away from Michigan, blah, blah, blah." Guy next to me is losing his shit on the phone, crying, you know, because he's going to Korea. And I'm like, "Hey, dude," while he's fucking crying, I'm like, "Do you want to switch?" And he goes, "Yes." And I go, "Great. I'll go to Korea." And he goes, "Where are you going?" I go, "Mine not North Dakota." He goes, "Fuck you." Back on the phone crying. Like,
well, like it could be worse. You're like, I don't understand.
You're literally crying, and you could just go to North Dakota.
It's weird. Like, I don't know. I used to hear all sorts of bad crap about Minot.
I loved it.
You
know, in hindsight, I loved it. It was like living in Michigan. It was colder. Winters were more brutal. But, I mean, all in all, the actual town is like the size of this town.
Yeah.
You know, it's not very big. It was close to Bismarck. It was 17 miles away from Canada. So being under 21, it was like, and we ran, so the missile alert facility is obviously not on the base. So you'd have to travel to it and live in the field. So we would go 3 days on, 6 days off. You know?
Yeah.
So for 6 days, I mean, 30 racks of beer and let's party and let's go to Canada. I mean, I was young, and that's, you know, it's a rite of passage. You know, you just kind of let loose when you're young, and we let loose a lot, bro.
Oh, yeah. I remember it was, we used to call, when I was in Turkey, it was like, "Do you even Wednesday?" Like, that was just like an expression that they would say, because we'd get hammered on like a Wednesday. And it was like you'd come into work on a Thursday morning just hungover and wrecked out of your mind, like trying to kind of like focus on whatever your work is. And it was just every other day, like, you know, it's like, "Oh, we just drink on the weekends." You know? And then that would turn into like, "Well, we just drink every other day," or whatever. Like, I only have 1 or 2 beers a night. And then the next thing you know, it's like you're just constant. It's one of the reasons why I stopped drinking was because it was just, I just remember like the amount of damage I probably did to my body when I was in the military was just like, I don't even know if I can reverse any of it if I have. But yeah, it was just a ton of drinking, and it was a lot of beer, a lot of what was it? Jägermeister, a lot of just tequila. It was just so much constant drinking. We had parties at our, like, Sonny was living with me in Turkey, and we had an actual like house on base. I wasn't in the dorms. We had friends from my shop would come over like on the weekends. We'd have parties every single weekend. We were having parties, and I remember we had one party, we had a new supervisor that came in, Chris Magson. Dude was awesome. He was from like, I think he was from like Minnesota, or not Minnesota. Oh shoot, it was a western state. A lot of hunting. I'm drawing a blank on the state he was from, but he was a millionaire, had a ton of money from before he went into the military, and he owned a machine shop, and he had like a 6-axis CNC machine, and he did a lot of like gun customization stuff. So people would bring their hunting rifles in, and he would put threads on their barrels and things like that for his, like, what he was doing before he went in. And he was a master sergeant or a senior master sergeant or something like that for our shop. And this was a cable antenna maintenance shop in Turkey. So we invite him over. I'm like, "Hey, we're going to have some friends over. We're all going to be drinking and stuff. You know, I don't know if you're down for it. You might get in trouble if you are hanging out, but like, you're welcome to come over." So he's like, "Yeah, I'll see. I'll think about it." So he messages me on, everyone had Facebook at the time. He messages like, "Hey, I'm coming over. Like, just make sure nobody's doing anything stupid." I'm like, "Yeah, sure." He gets to the door, and there was a buddy of mine who would later get arrested for doing something very, very bad. He answers the door. I didn't realize Magson was outside. He like opens the door, And first time Chris Magnuson had seen my buddy Fairchild, who I don't even know if I call him my buddy now because of what he did, because it was bad. He, and this, I may have to edit this out because it's a word that YouTube doesn't like, but he was like, "Do you even faggot?" As soon as he comes up to the door, and Chris is like, "What the fuck did you just say to me?" And like, because he didn't realize that this was our shop supervisor now, like senior master sergeant. He says this, and this kid is like an A1C, literally.
God.
And so, and I think there was another guy from the radio, what do you call it, radio department. He wasn't our shop. His name was Davis. I'm still really good friends with him. Really cool guy. He comes over, is like, "You need to shut the fuck up." And like, he grabs Fairchild, pulls him over, and then someone tells me, like, our supervisor, and I go to the door, and he's like, "What is wrong with him? Like, we need to have a talk with him as soon as we come into the shop on Monday or whatever." I'm like, "Yeah, absolutely. What did he say?" And he tells me, and I'm like, "Holy crap." I'm like, I don't think he meant it the way it probably sounded, but it's still, he shouldn't have said that shit. I'm like, that was way off guard. Like, that, I can't believe he said that to our shop supervisor as he comes up to the door. So he hung out, he had like a beer or two, and that was it. But from that point on, like, our supervisor had it in for him, rightfully so. So what he ended up doing, the kid's named Fairchild, he, like, why he was arrested.
Yeah, I want to hear this.
So so there was this girl that was on base, and her father was a senior master sergeant. I don't know what department he worked in. I think it was intelligence, which is even worse. So, like, that's pretty important, like, department. So, so he was deployed at the time, and so this guy's daughter, 14 years old. She's wandering around base, and she quickly became kind of known as, like, somebody that was receptive to, like, older guys, which was, like, really weird. Later on, we would find out after. So I swear I talked about this on the last podcast. We had two guys in our shop that got in trouble for pursuing this girl.
Jesus Christ.
Fairchild, yeah, two guys.
Fuck.
One guy was a guy that I was supervising. I was a supervisor for, and Fairchild was the other one. Fairchild, since he went to jail, we don't know the extent of what he had done with this girl, but obviously it wasn't just talking.
Yeah.
So the kid that I was supervising, I can't remember his name. He was talking to her online on Facebook, making comments and stuff on their public page. And we're like, me and one of the other supervisors in the shop got together and we're like, what the fuck is
Making
wrong?
my blood boil,
like,
dude.
Yeah, we're like, we need to talk to this kid. Like, this is the stupidest thing. Like, not to say that it's okay or excusable that we thought we would let it go if we didn't see it. But it was like, of all the things to do, you're pursuing this 14-year-old girl, you're 21 years old, publicly on social media for everyone to see. And it's not like a 21-year-old man. It's normal for them to talk to a 14-year-old girl on social media, whether it's emojis and smiling or just like anything. I have zero interest in commenting or posting on any 15-year-old or 14-year-old girl's social media for any reason whatsoever. And this guy's constantly doing. We find out that he bought her back then the iPod Touch. It was like after like the click wheel ones. It was basically an iPhone, but it was like it had no phone ability. He bought her one of those. Those were expensive as shit back then. They're still expensive. Well, iPhones and stuff are still expensive now. But he bought her this random iPod Touch, and we find out about this. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, we're gonna give you a chance. Like, we told him, like, we're gonna say, don't talk to her again. If we see you talking to her again under any circumstances, this comes up to our shop supervisor, and then you're fucked. Like, you're not gonna be in a good spot. And so he's like, okay, I'm sorry, we won't do it again. So Fairchild apparently was talking to her at this time, and because I remember he threw that at us. He's like, well, Fairchild's trying to talk to her too. And we're like,
what is this, dude?
We're like, Fairchild, you need to come in here too. Like, what are you doing? Like, are you talking? He's like, yeah. I'm like, nothing serious. We're not trying to do anything. I'm like, well, you guys both need to, like, stop. And again, we're like, how the hell are these kids so stupid? They're supposed to be in their early 20s. Well, Fairchild, I think, was like 19 or 20. Maybe he was 21 because he was drinking a lot. Because even though you're not 21 in Turkey, I think you can drink when you're 18 in Turkey. They still don't want you drinking if you're under the age of 21 in the military. So I can't remember exactly what his age was at the time, but I just remember we're just like, why are there so many kids going after this? Why are there so many young airmen going after this young 14-year-old girl? And so all was done. We talked to both of them. We're like, we thought we had this ended. And about like 2 or 3 weeks later, we're going into the BX, the commissary, and I think it was the BX, Base Exchange. They have like the electronics and stuff like that. And we see him in an aisle. Well, actually, I didn't see him. The other guy that I brought them in with, the other supervisor, comes up to me. He's like, I just saw Turner. That was his name. I just saw Turner over in the whatever department with the girl. I think her name was Gabby. And he's like, they're talking, like they're just walking around with each other. And we're like, so we immediately beeline over to him, and we're like, you need to come with us. And you need to tell her to leave you alone. We're going to go talk. And so we tell him, like, we're talking to the supervisor now. Like, that's it. Like, you're fucked. Like, we're not going to sit here and act like this is normal or okay. We're going to go talk to the shop supervisor. So shop supervisor next day or whatever comes in, and we're telling him about the whole thing. And this turns into a full-blown investigation.
Yeah.
As rightfully so. They somehow or another get all of the social media communications between all of these people and this girl. And come to find out, OSI was more or less using her as like a honeypot. They didn't like employ her. She didn't know. They just saw what was going on with this girl, and they're like, we're going to just like stand around, and wherever she is, we're going to kind of just observe what other airmen are doing around her. Who knows? There could have even been something where the dad was like, OSI, my daughter's talking to these guys. You need to follow her around and make sure like none of them are doing anything to her. She gets in trouble, but make sure that the guys that are trying to screw around with her are like getting arrested. And so Fairchild got caught up in this. They went through the communications, and they were clear. He was clearly talking to her about all sorts of like sexual stuff. And there was something about meeting up at one of the playgrounds on base. I don't know exactly what happened, but like he ended up going to jail in Florida for a year.
Good.
And yeah, so and I haven't talked to him since he was arrested. And like me and Davis were like, do we stay friends with this guy? Like, because like for him to do this, like if we remain friends, that means that we're somehow okay with this. And I feel like that's something we can't just like get around. Like we can't get by that, It's like we have to just always live with the fact that our buddy was like trying to have sex with some 14-year-old girl, some other guy's daughter on base, and now like having a daughter, I'm like, I would want to murder this guy.
Gotta be in an orange jumpsuit, dude.
Yeah. So it was, but it's sad because like there were, from what I heard, there was like over a dozen dudes that like they ended up catching that were trying to talk to this girl. She was just I don't know if you'd call it taking advantage or whatever you want to call it, but like she was getting free things from everybody, and like she was just kind of out there advertising that she was receptive to these guys. And so OSI was like, perfect. This is great. We'll just follow her and see what these guys do. She's going to honey trap all these guys, and we're going to like pull them out of the force, immediately. Anyone who does anything beyond a certain point, we arrest.
Yeah, I mean, some of that is kind of like, oh, that kind of sucks that they're
allowing
it.
Mm-hmm.
But then the other thing is if you're a fucking dipshit, dirtbag, and
retarded enough to find yourself doing that,
you should get punished for it.
100%.
I had a buddy. My OSI was always kind of fucking. I went out with a buddy of mine. There were these girls, these ladies that were in the security forces that liked to party, right? And my buddy at the time was, kind of running with them a little bit, going out partying. And anyways, one night he was like, "Hey, we're gonna go over to their apartment. We're gonna hang or whatever." I'm like, "All right, sweet, let's do it." And drinking beers or whatever. Well, they had done some coke, but I didn't see it.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it was offered. If I said no, I just know I don't have a memory of me seeing it or being offered it. But he did like a line or two of coke with him, and we're coming back to base, after midnight, and we're getting checked by security at the gate, and they said, "Hey, no, they didn't say shit to us about anything." That's what it was. We got through the gate. They stopped us, checked our IDs. We got through the gate. Then he got a phone call from his first sergeant as soon as we got through the gate. And he was like, "Okay, yes, sir. Yep, okay." And then he got off the phone, said to me, "Hey, I'm going to drop you off. I got to go meet my first sergeant." Says he needs to talk to me about something. I'm like, "All right." Well, then I didn't see him for like a month and find out he was in corrective custody. He had to spend like 9 months in corrective custody and wash Humvees and shit because those girls were working for OSI.
Awesome. The ones with the coke.
The ones that said, "Do you want to have some coke?" You know what I mean?
That's amazing.
Do you know what I mean?
They honey. Well, they legitimately like entrapped him at that point.
Yeah,
like, that's crazy.
You know, and should he have done it? You know, hey, whatever. I've never done it.
Here's the problem. Anybody who's ever done coke cannot say no if they're offered coke.
Yeah,
that's the problem. So if you've ever done coke in your life and someone's like, would you like a line of coke? You're like, absolutely, I'll do a line of coke. You may mull it over for a minute. I mean, and maybe there are some, you know, super beyond like recovery, you know, like if you're a legitimate addict or whatever. I think the less into like the deep weeds you get into addiction with cocaine, the more likely you are to kind of dabble if someone provides it or offers it to you.
Yeah.
So I think that it's one of these things where OSI is like, if this guy's ever done coke and we offer it to him, like he's in the bag, we're done. Like we got him. So, and because I mean
that just does feel kind of like it's not entrapment because he willingly did it.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's also like, hey, I've been hanging out with you now for however long, and now all of a sudden you're like, do you want to do a bump?
Yeah.
And now I'm going to jail.
Yeah.
You know?
I think there definitely is a difference in being offered something and saying okay than going up and trying to solicit it from someone. Like, hey, can I buy some coke from you? Like, if you're like that, that's a completely different story than like, you know, it's, and obviously the issue, the military service, if you're not allowed to do any sort of recreational drug. And I remember it was bad enough to a point where like people were taking like over-the-counter cough drugs and stuff like that.
I remember one of my supervisors got in trouble because he was sick, went and got NyQuil, and then missed something in the morning or called in and said, hey, I'm sick, and I took like some NyQuil to whatever, and he got in trouble because he didn't go to the...
Yeah, the, what do you call it? You got to... the actual on-base clinic or whatever.
Yeah, you have to go to get something like that. You can't just buy over-the-counter medication, which is fucking wild, bro.
Yeah. Well, that was the thing they always warned everyone, like back to the workout supplements, you know, that craze stuff with the amphetamines in it. If I had gotten drug tested and told them, I swear it's this pre-workout I'm taking, it wouldn't matter.
Right.
Because they would be like, well, did you not feel it? Did you not know that there was something in it? Like, there's a warning on the thing that says certain substances within this may be a bannable offense from WADA or whatever the case, or like if you're pregnant or nursing, you know, if there's a warning on it, like there's a potential that you're taking something, but you know, that might be not okay on a drug test. And so, but yeah, I think he still should have got in trouble just because it's like, you're in the military, you know, even if it was like weed or something like that, you know, it's like, and the weed was like, I don't know how anyone would try and smoke when they're in, because it's a 30-day half-life in the body or whatever. Like, you know, you're literally just asking to get screwed.
You're asking for it.
But it was just, I don't know. Coke is funny because from what I understand, it has like only an 8-hour like half-life in the body, or like it's only detectable like within an 8-hour window.
Yeah, you go hard on a weekend, be fine on Monday.
Yeah, and they can drug test you all they want. They're like not going to find hair follicle test. I believe they can still find it, but back then I don't think they were doing hair follicle tests or anything.
They were still doing random piss. You know, I never got pissed.
I think I got piss tested twice, and one of them was they tested the entire dorm building. And I think it's because that they had found, they did an inspection. They did like, they called everyone out, checking everyone's rooms. Everyone's looking for dip cans and things like that. You're not supposed to have tobacco products in the dorms at this point.
Oh, we used to smoke. We could smoke in the dorms, yeah.
Could not when we were in. Tobacco-free zone.
I had a guy that had fucking asthma, and he was always complaining because I was smoking in the room. And I'm like, get another room,
They're
dude.
like, figure it out. It's fine. Go get a respirator. But like, I just remember you couldn't have dip, and you couldn't smoke cigarettes on base. They had designated areas that you could smoke, and you weren't allowed to have the tobacco products like in your dorms. And so they went through, and this was, I think, when we were at Shepherd, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember the name. It was in Texas. Middle of nowhere. It was worse than Lackland in terms of like destination. You leave base to go to the mall. It was like an hour away, and it was the shittiest mall you'd ever seen. And so middle of nowhere, and they call everyone out of the rooms. They bring everyone outside. They're like, we're piss testing everybody. They go through and check the rooms, and I guess what had happened was that there was somebody dropped the dime on somebody else that they had drugs in their room. And they were going through and trying to find out who had consumed it. And I think it was marijuana, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. But they more or less did an entire dorm-wide search of everyone's stuff, piss tested everybody. I don't know how many people actually got caught. I used to hear weird things about what the process was for piss testing. You know, as far as like why they would call you back. Some people would get piss tested, and then a week later they get piss tested again. And the theory was that they were testing everyone's urine, and then as soon as they got a positive, they would have to retest to make sure it wasn't a false positive or something along those lines. I don't know. It was all the what do you call it? The rumor mill about the process, because no one quite fully understood. But yeah, I just remember the drug testing thing was kind of always scary. It was, like I said, twice. Obviously never had any problems with it, but I do remember they also had to stare at you when you were pissing into the container. So they had someone there that was watching, making sure that you weren't using somebody else's penis when you're peeing into the thing. So like just calling a buddy in or something like that and peeing into it for him. But like, no, it was just like they actually had to have someone monitor you when you were doing it. So, but yeah, those were the days.
Did you go through the injection line in boot camp?
Yes, yeah. One in each arm, like 2 or 3 spots. Like there was like.
So I made a list because I was just racking my brain over this because
like
I'm
how
like,
many you got?
Like how many I got.
It was at least 9. I know that I got at least 9 different ones.
It was a lot. Yeah, and they didn't fucking. I mean, to my memory, dude, I'm gonna find this list. They didn't. They didn't tell us what they were. They were like, "Hey, you're getting immunization shots."
Yeah.
And God, where do I get this?
I had something for anthrax too.
Yep, I got anthrax, and that started. The anthrax shot started like 96, 97. And it was like mandatory for almost. So you like just hit the end of it. I think it was like
probably
over.
Well, from what I understand, it wasn't mandatory for normal people. It was for like anyone that was getting deployed. I think it was on the way to Afghanistan. They gave it to us. So specific types of potential exposure areas, I guess, is the ones that were mandatory.
Oh, I can't find it. Where did I put it? Did I delete it? It was
like a buffet line. I remember.
It was a lot,
dude.
like,
it was crazy.
It was like 8 or 9 shots, and it was shit that you didn't need anymore. Like fucking chicken pox. They gave you the chicken pox vaccine. Like, what the fuck, dude? In 1998. And then they gave measles, mumps, polio, crazy. And the anthrax shot. And there was some other neurovirus shot that for sure they gave. I wish I could pull up the fucking thing. It was... When I took a deep dive into like what exactly are all the shots that I got when I was in, and I got this list from like specifically like what they were doing in like 1998, and it was crazy because then I remembered everybody was sick. Everybody had a runny nose and a cough.
Can't get 9 different immunizations without suffering some like immunocompromise for a short period of time. It was pretty rough. I remember like we survived.
What did that do to us though?
Yeah.
That's
like
what I think
long term, what kind of issues could it have caused? I mean, I would say any potential risks, unless we have cancer cells that came directly from it that are just kind of stagnant, dormant, waiting till we're like, you consume just the right amount of whatever, and then suddenly it's just like boom, you got a tumor on your arm. But like, yeah, I don't know. It's curious. I wonder correlations with like dementia and stuff like that would be interesting to see, because I would almost bet that there's something there. Some degenerative brain stuff potentially, but I don't know. I've got a pretty robust immune system, and I don't get flu shots.
No, I've never got a flu shot.
I haven't gotten any of the COVID vaccinations. Yeah, the Air Force made us get them. I haven't gotten any of the COVID vaccinations.
God bless you for that.
Yeah.
I got the fucking jab, the Johnson & Johnson, and we were like, no, fucking no, we're not fucking doing it. And then it was like, because we were essential, right? And then it was getting to the point where they were saying, Whitmer was saying that even if you're essential and you own a business that's essential, you can't operate your business, you can't be there. And it got to that point, and I'm like, fuck. So we went to fucking Walgreens and got the Johnson & Johnson, which turned out to be the redheaded stepchild of all of them.
Yeah.
Anyways.
That was one I think that they noticed the first correlation with stroke.
Yeah.
And like, or like, what is it called? I don't know.
A week later, they took that one off the market after I'd already got it, and
that's
then like
reassuring.
And then like,
oh, crap.
And then like a week later, they were taking mandates away. Like, you didn't have, like, son of a bitch, I was 2 weeks away from not having to take this thing.
I got lucky, the company, I was working for Custom Sheet Metals at the time doing HVAC, and they were talking about making it mandatory for everyone that worked there. They were talking about it. And I was like, I will leave. Like, I'm not anti-vax. I never was anti-vax prior to this. I'm
anti, you tell me I can't have a choice.
Yeah. I'm also anti removing all of the safeguards for getting something out safely and making sure that it's not going to kill everyone just because we're in an emergency scenario, and then forcing everyone to take this potential, because I wasn't something I assumed was a part of some depopulation conspiracy initially. It wasn't something that I assumed was going to kill me. It was just something I was like, no, I like that we have put enough effort into getting this out there with the assumption that this disease is worse than it is. The claim that it killed, 5 million people or something like that. I don't know. There was a lot of stuff going on. They were classifying just about if you die on a motorcycle accident, you were considered a COVID death or whatever. So those numbers don't really mean anything to me as far as how many people died allegedly from COVID, because clearly they were padding the numbers to try and make it look like it was way worse than it was. And the other thing is people saying that their friends were dying from it. I know one person that died from COVID.
I don't know anybody.
I don't know anyone that died from COVID either. I know people that claim that they know someone that died from COVID, or they know someone that claims to have been a COVID death or whatever. No real way of knowing it. I know a number of people who have been vaccinated who have problems from the vaccine. And I remember I got into a conversation with somebody on Facebook back when I was actually engaging in these discussions. And it wasn't from an anti-vax perspective. It was just like, hey, risk assessment. We know for a fact that they eliminated a lot of the regulations that were previously required to get a vaccine onto the market. For better or for worse, I've used that expression 5 times in this podcast already, but for better or for worse, you have to understand that comes with an increased risk profile. So if you're going to sit here and eliminate all of the risks, or not all the risks, all of the safeguards to make sure that you're putting something out that's safe, you can't blame people for being a little bit hesitant to just jump out and take it.
Right.
And the people that were eager to do it, they were doing it for a politically advantageous reason. They weren't doing it because they really had faith that it was going to work. I mean, they had faith in the science or whatever that claims that this is safe and effective, much like NZT was safe and effective for all the AIDS patients back in the day, and come to find out it was killing all of them. Same guy telling everyone the same thing back then, that it's safe and effective. And so many gay people died from taking NZT that could have been perfectly fine if they hadn't taken some other cocktail of things to increase their immune system. So we know for a fact that there were things done to kind of make it easier to get through because we were in an emergency situation. I was willing to quit my job if it was a mandate for me. My wife, they were going to make her take it. And then I guess similar to you, maybe she just held out long enough just beyond the point where we're not going to mandate it anymore. We had pressure from a family member, understandably. And I get where he was coming from. And I don't blame him necessarily for having the perspective that he did, because the TV was insisting all of these things, you got to take this. It's going to keep you safe, but it's not just going to keep you safe. It's going to keep your family members safe. And it's like, well, if you get sick, then it prevents transmission of the disease. And again, they kept shifting what it does. First, it's 100% effective. There were people that claimed it was 100% effective. And people today say that no one claimed that. Yes, there's video evidence of people saying it was 100% effective. There's evidence of Fauci himself saying it was 95% effective, which is virtually unheard of in the world of vaccination. So all these things coming down saying that this is 100% or 95% incredibly effective and zero risk profile. There's no risks at all taking this stuff. And then you're watching videos of people falling out after getting injected and all this stuff. It was just I can't bring myself to just taking it. And you eliminate the liability concerns that the pharmaceutical agencies have too. So there's no need to really care if it's going to kill anybody or hurt anybody at that point. If you're Pfizer, it's we struck gold. We're going to farm this as much as we can. We're going to make sure the government's buying all these immunizations as long as we possibly can. So they told us they might make us take it, and I was like, well, good luck, because I'm not going to be here if you do that. And they're like, okay, well, they backed off of that. They didn't make everyone take it. A couple people in the shop took it because they were worried it was going to become a problem. So they just tried to get ahead of it. So like, I'll take it. I ended up like quitting on good terms. Well, relatively good terms because of the photography stuff exploding for me. And like being able to make enough money from this, walked away from it. And I'm now in an area at this point, once this happened, I didn't have to worry about it at all. I'm like, no one's telling me I got to take this stuff anymore. That's fantastic. I was super stoked about it.
Yeah.
And then a couple of years go by, and turns out I have zero regrets not taking it. And it's I feel fine, and I like some of the like I said, almost a significant number of people I know that have taken the vaccine have had problems, like potentially associated with it. And it's one of those things that sucks because it's like a lot of them, I think, had good intentions initially, but the political, I don't know what you call it, the political drive kind of became the dominating factor in why people were doing it after a certain point. So then it became a point of resentment for everybody. Like, what's your vaccination status? And suddenly they're like, well, we can't be friends if you're not going to take the vaccine. And it was like, so the thing I got into an argument with was, I won't name any names, and I hope he doesn't watch this, because I think he's a nice guy. I just didn't like what he was saying on Facebook, where the discussion was like, people need to tell their kids to get vaccinated because it's important to keep everyone safe and stuff. And I was like, look, I think parents need to practice their own discretion, and if they're doing their own research and coming to the conclusion from professionals, that's not just like they're reading.
They didn't want you to do your own research.
No,
remember?
They did not want you to do your own research. But if they're finding out from professionals saying, hey, like, there is an enhanced risk for people that are under a certain age of like myocarditis and things like this, maybe it's not really advisable if you're 8 years old to get this vaccination. Maybe it's not advisable if you're 13 years old. And so kids had the option, you didn't have to take it, but
right.
So then they made it mandatory, I think, for school, like school entry or something at one point.
Yeah.
Luckily, none of our kids have been vaccinated with it so far. And hopefully they don't ever make it mandatory for it again to this point. But either way, he was saying that like he will more or less convince the kids in his class to get vaccinated. And I was like, look, I think the comment I made was like, you may not necessarily suffer any physical, issues from this, but if somebody you advise to take this takes it and then they suffer problems, you may suffer liability. The vaccination agencies, like the pharmaceutical companies, may not suffer liability because they've been exempted from it. But you, being a person who was of high influence in this person's life, insisting that they take it, you could be held responsible by the parents who were like, well, they came home saying that their teacher told them to take this. And so they insisted, they wanted it, they demanded it. They were crying and screaming and freaking out. And so I figured, well, I guess fine, if this teacher, they're supposed to be an intelligent person, is advising this kid to take this stuff, I guess we'll just let him get the vaccine. And then the next thing you know, the kid gets hurt. And then you, as a person who was with all the best intentions, trying to make sure that kids are safe and stuff, you're now the person responsible for why this person got this vaccination.
We could do a whole nother podcast just on that block of time in our life for sure.
Yeah. Oh my God, dude. It's
the biggest thing for me over the whole thing was, and I don't want to get too far in the weeds because again, I think we can come back on and talk about this specific thing for sure because it fucking fires me up. But the biggest thing for me was when I saw a friend on Facebook, he had taken a picture of his neighbors, and there was like, I don't know, 6 or 7 of them outside talking in the driveway. Mm-hmm. And he put it on Facebook, and he was like, no, this is what I'm talking about. This is fucking crazy. These assholes have
Nobody's social distancing.
Yeah. And it's like, I didn't play that game. Mm-hmm. I couldn't. I appeased some people with a do-rag every now and then over my face, but I knew how retarded that was. Yeah.
I played along with the face mask stuff in the places I needed to. I didn't try to get into arguments with anybody because
I stayed away from arguments.
The employees of like Meijer and stuff, like, you need to put your face mask on. It's like, okay. Yeah. I'm like, you're working for a grocery store and you're just doing what they're telling you to tell people. Like, it's not your fault. Yeah. Some of them might have personal investment in it, but for the most part, most of them are doing it because it's store policy. They'll get in trouble for not telling customers to do it. So I'm like, all right, I'm not going to make your day any harder than it has to be. I'll just put the stupid face mask on. I tried to avoid going out in general at that time just because I was like, but it's funny because when the whole thing started, this will be where I stop. When the whole thing started, I was like, holy crap, we're all going to die. You know, the first like week, I think it was like January when the first reports were coming out, and I was watching these videos of like what was going on in China and people falling down, bleeding out of their face and stuff. I was like, holy crap, this is it. And I remember going into my my boss's office. I'm like, this is going to be bad. I'm like, this is going to be world changing. And he's like, no, it's not. This will be over in a week. And I was like, no, dude. I'm like, I'm watching what's happening. This is ramping up. I can feel like the rhetoric coming out of our government, the way they're currently trying to act like it's not a big deal. This is going to be a big deal. He's like, it's fine. It'll pass. And like right around the time that I quit, we were still going through COVID stuff. And we were still going through like some sort of like lockdowns, and I was just I didn't even feel vindicated. I was just like, I fucking hate this, dude. I think this is the stupidest thing that we're going through. Because by that time I was like, okay, this seems like a farce. It seems like I was tricked into thinking this was going to be, you know, Ebola, you know, something along those lines, where it's like you're seeing people like bleeding out in the streets in front of you all over the place, and that did not happen, you know. So it was a crazy time. Glad we're beyond it, but I think that it devastated the fast food market for sure. Like, that is something that I don't think is ever going to recover. I can't stand McDonald's or Taco Bell or anything since COVID. Like, that's just good. It's good that I'm not eating that stuff anymore, but I think all that stuff was destroyed because a lot of those people were already in a low morale environment, and then you had COVID happen, and it just made their life even worse. Yeah. And service in those places just tanked after COVID. It just, nobody has time for dealing with everyone's bullshit at the drive-through window. You know, you're going to get what you get. You know, you might get what you ordered, you might not. Just deal with it. That's basically where we're at right now, fast food-wise. So I've more or less developed a long-term boycott strategy for like all the fast food places, except for Culver's. Culver's is all right.
I don't eat any fast food. But I've been like that for a while now. It's just, if I'm not physically doing it, I mean, I'll go to a restaurant. You can
sit down restaurant, have a steak or something like that. Yeah.
But 95% of the time it's all home food, and trying to stay fucking ready to go.
That's right.
Dude, this has been rad.
Yeah, dude.
Can we do it again?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I got a pretty open schedule in the winter, but probably be a few months before you need me back again and talk about whatever. So maybe next time we'll talk about photography.
Yeah.
That's so great.
Goodbye, everybody.
See ya.